in the past 24 hours. Wow. Okay. Okay, GM, everyone. Welcome once again. Today, Bitcoin is sitting at 111,343.62 cents. In the past 24 hours, the fear and greed index is been on the coin market cap is sitting at the 52%, still indicating the market is still at the neutral part of the still in the neutral part of the market. While the other fear and greed index is sitting at 71%, indicating that we are in the greed part of the market. So Bitcoin in the past 24 hours gained 2.24%. Ethereum gained 6.16% in the past 24 hours. Please put your eye on Ethereum. XRP 4.36, BNB 1.35, BNB 1.35% pump today. Solana 3.85% pump today. TRS 0.76% pump. Doge 6.41% pump. ADA 6.26% pump, and HYPE 4.74% pump. SU 6.57% pump. PCH 2.87% pump. Chainlink 2.26% pump. XLM 11.79 pump. Please put your eye on XLM, XLM, XLM did 11.79% pump today. If we go to the chart of XLM on the daily, it made a very wonderful upward momentum, and still looking very bullish on the daily after making this double bottom and made a spike. On the weekly, it's bullish from the weekly, and is bullish also on the monthly. So XLM is a coin to put your eye on. Look for the weakness. This coin can only slow down only when Bitcoin slows down. If not, this coin will keep pumping. So XLM is very bullish. Put your eye right there. XLM. All right. We move to Liu. 1.27% loss in the 24 hours. Avex 6.73% gain. SHIB 4.93% gain, and HEDGEBAR 6.60% gain. TON 1.28% gain. LTC 3.64% gain. XMR in the past 24 hours. XMR has done 2.83% gain. DOT 5.21% gain. Uni 8.94% gain. Uni is trending. Uni 8.99, almost 9% up in the past 24 hours. So Uni on the 4 hours. In fact, Uni pumped all throughout yesterday, all throughout from morning to night. Uni pumped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First 4 hours, second 4 hours, third 4 hours. Almost only that Asian small dump. The rest of this thing was pumped on the Uni. So Uni is bullish from the monthly, please. Bullish, still looking bullish on the weekly, but the weekly is has not actually closed. So monthly Uni is bullish. That daily on the daily is having a little rejection right now towards the upside. Probably, maybe market will still behave like it used to do. I don't know if today is going to still do the same way. Morning dump and the afternoon night pump. So I don't know. So Uni is having a little rejection towards the upside right now, and we're expecting the momentum to continue, because right now these 4 hours need to form a pattern. So we are expecting some consolidation on Uni. Remember, is quite bullish on the monthly. So those the questions of Uni. BGB 1.35% gain. Pepe 9.14% gain. Pepe the best. Alve 3.21% gain. And Pi 2.14% gain. Okay. Sorry, I want to confirm sound. All right. Pi 2.12% gain. Tau 8.86% 1.62%. Put your eye on Tao, TAO. Put your eye there. Put your eye on Pepe. CRO 0. So this CRO not even pumping yesterday. Can you imagine? Coin that was pumping before. Time to pump, you know, pump again. CRO. Others when others were not pumping, you were pumping. When time to pump, you know, pump again. Imagine. That's what yesterday was consolidating. Okay, please guys, put your eye on CRO. CRO is looking maybe probably today. He might get angry today and continue his own. Though it's not looking that good on the monthly, but if Bitcoin continue pumping, I believe this man will also. Yesterday he didn't do anything. Hopeful. You just put your eye on it. Just be watching it. Just be watching it and see when the movement might start. APT 4.04% gain. OKB 1.47% gain. NIA 4.559% gain. ICP ICP 6.559% gain. ETC 4.22% gain. Ondo 4.12% gain. PO 8.14% gain. Please put your eye on POL. CAS 5.33% gain. MNT 4.51%. GT 2.12% gain. VET 7.19% gain. Put your eye on VET. ENA 9.24%. Put your eye on ENA. Trump 5.05% gain. ARB 5.50%. Render 5.000%. Sky 1.64%. Bonk is still losing 5.32%. Bonk has been pumping all this while, but now it's losing 5.32% loss. Atom 4.61% gain. FIT 4.51% gain. Argo 7.64% gain. Put your eye on ALGO. Argo. Put your eye on Argo. 5.94% gain. WLD 4.38%. Say 1.87% gain. KCS 1.05% gain. SPS 10.91% gain. Please put your eye on XPS. XPS is very bullish. I guess so. XPX. SPS didn't even pump yesterday very well. Okay. SPS. SPS on 4 hours is looking it's not looking that strong enough, but if Bitcoin continue moving, definitely might go, but not looking so good. So put your eye on SPS, that 10.91%. Put your eye on SPS, put it in your watch list, and be watching over this coin. All right. Jupe 5.23% gain. QNT 2.118% gain. TIA 5.77% gain. FLR 0.40% gain. Fatcoin 5.86% gain. Fatcoin after all the whole dump. Fatcoin don't want to pump. Fatcoin was forced to pump by force. Form 6.92% gain. ING 5.90% gain. XDC 4.10% gain. OP 7.57% gain. Put your eye on OP. Virtua 7.30% gain right now. Put your eye on Virtua. Pengo was forced to pump by force, 3.550% gain, with 13.86% 0.24%, please go to WIF. Actually, WIF is yet to recover from his loss. WIF was at $1 plus before. So though WIF is yet to recover. So I know that WIF will still be para. WIF will still get para. WIF will want to declare $1, So please put your eye on WIF if you can make something out of WIF before it will be done, because WIF will want to go to $1 first before his head will come down. WIF no agree. So put your eye on WIF. XRP has been ripping for some days right now. For some days, XRP is pumping. It's been pumping for some days. I guess it's gonna stay pumped today a little while before the dump. It's gonna stay pump. SRP will stay pump because we need to form a pattern. Okay, gold is been sleeping now this while. So at the moment, gold started regaining 0.32% gain. GRT 6.003% gain. IP 2.24% gain. Flocky 1.58% gain. Flocky that be pumping. So today now, all the go pump. Flocky was not pumping again. IMX 6.87% gain. A 2.82% gain. Cake 3.77% gain. Nexo 1.42% gain. CROV 8.63% gain. Put your eye on CROV. Data 5.84% gain. ENS 7.01% gain. LDO, put your eye on LDO, 10.61%. LDO. LDO. Oh boy. This one really sits sure. Nice setup. LDO. LDO is bullish after this wonderful move. So probably put your eye on this LDO. It might still do small pump, but it might not be this morning because we have seen since Monday that morning does not pump. All the pump comes afternoon and night. So put your eye on LDO. Let's see what's up with it later in the day. So Gala 7.43%. Put your eye on Gala. Sound 8.24%. Put your eye on Sound. ZEC 7.08% loss. ITA 7.24%. Put your eye there. Rare 8.89% gain. Put your eye on Rare. JTO 3.68%. JTO, I told you yesterday, I was about to start pumping. So DEXI, this one started dumping 0.63% loss. Jasmine 6.21% gain. BTT 3.09% gain. Syrup 2.4%. Aero 3.4%. Pendo 33%. Please put your eye on Pendo. Pendo is pumping. Pendo is pumping. So Pendo had done 2 days pump. Despite not looking good on the weekly though. Not looking good on the week on the distance. So just put your eye on Pendo and see when the weakness will come, so you can enjoy the ride down. But for now, it's having a little rejection towards the upside. Let's see Magic. What's up with Magic? So Magic, these are the three resistance I said I saw on Magic yesterday. One broken, two broken and rejected. Yet to attempt here. So these are the places I marked it for a dump. Second one broken and rejected, and fall back. So today is the third day of Magic. So put your eye on Magic and see if it's going to pump again at the resistance. I feel that it's going to be difficult for him to pass all these places. And the 4 hours is not too looking good. So these are the reasons I found on this particular man. So I think put your eye on this Magic and see, because it's already facing this resistance. All these places are marked at the place I am expecting it to face a major resistance and dump. So broken one, second one rejected. So put your eye on it, on Magic. Banana Tattoo has been pumping for days. Banana Tattoo has been pumping for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 days straight. This coin has been pumping non-stop. And as I'm talking to you, the man or the coin is still looking bullish. This is a new coin. It doesn't have any record up there. Don't even know how to judge this coin from the upside. That's why it's pumping like non-stop. You keep pumping, you keep pumping. The more you think it's going to stop, the more it's pumping. So please put your eye right there. 4 hours is still looking bullish. So definitely today, might continue where I stopped yesterday. Might continue. And the charges is not much. So put your eye there. Pengo started pumping because of the pump was too much yesterday. So Pengo don't have an option than to join others to pump. So Pengo started pumping because it was forced to pump, and it have already arranged for a pump right here. Right here, it's already arranged for a pump. On the 4 hours, you see it very well. Made a W shape, and started pumping on the 4 hours. So let's go to Bitcoin. Let's go to Bitcoin. BTC. So BTC, what's up with BTC? Yeah, if you could recall, on the first day of this month, I told us one thing, that we should focus on this dominance. USDT dominance on the monthly is the major problem we're gonna face this period. I told you people on this USDT dominance, as long as this particular man has not totally covered this doji, that we will be having a pump. I also told us that we should be expecting a new all-time high. Even as we are at 112, it is not over yet. We should be expecting more pump. Yes. Bitcoin, the way I'm seeing it, probably might touch 113 or 114, because this USDT dominance is yet to cover this man, to cover the week of this particular man. So, and for the fact it's yet to cover it, means that it will keep, when it's dumping, the market will be pumping. So we'll be expecting more pumps in the market, even if the market decides to dump in a while, it's for a while. I think 112 will not be enough for the market at the moment. We'll be expecting, because this pan is yet to do his work completely. Yes, I'm expecting more, a little more pump in the market. Then if you go to Bitcoin, if you go to Bitcoin, on the monthly of Bitcoin, Bitcoin has actually covered the entire week of this particular doji right here. Made a new all-time high. Just the all-time high was just very little percentage, very little, because we are almost at 112 before. The other one ended at almost 111,009, almost 111,009. So it's just a little this thing that added. But to me, I think it is not enough, because looking at Bitcoin right now, Bitcoin look like it's forming a head and shoulder right here. So instead of using a double top, it's forming a kind of shoulder. I'm expecting more pump, probably to 117,000 or 116,000 before we might come down and do this. So probably in the coming days, if not today, if not tonight, probably in the coming days, we might see a little more pump. That little more pump need to send this particular USDT dominance. I keep saying it. You need to come down. You need to come down more. Probably need to send this man down here, probably to this particular point, or this particular point. At this particular point, before we could see a very healthy market. Yeah, before we could see a very healthy market right now. So it's quite unfortunate that we are here already. Unless the only thing that can save this market is that market makers decide to use this man, use here, and form an evening star. Unless they want to dump this market with evening star. That is the only reason why we will dump from here. That is the only reason why we can dump from here. If not, the market need to come up a little. Need to come up a little to maybe 114, 113, 112, 112, 500, or 112, 500. Unless it's going to be evening star. Like even the one they did here on 2023 or 2021. Even the one they did on 2021. Even this one they used in 2021. Found out that the market it even went more up. So I'm expecting it to go up a bit, a bit more, probably to 114 or thereabouts. Probably what we could expect, because this USDT dominance is yet to position. USDT dominance is yet to position very well. for his own money star. So I'm still expecting a little more. 1, 2, 3. If they want to form evening star here, probably they'll be jumping from here after a little more pump. Even if they want to form head and shoulder, you need one more pump to recover. Done. So probably we're expecting in the coming days a little more pump from here, unless market makers want to dribble everybody and use this one evening star straight away and start dumping and keep the wick right here and dump from there. Looking at the heat map, you will see that they have wrecked all the shutters. Even the longers, the late longers are also wrecked right now. Those that were coming in just lately to long the market have been liquidated. These are the money. 75 million of longers have been liquidated as well. Over how many billion of shutters have been liquidated? So shutters are still coming in the market. This is why our market is still going up. But people are still shorting heavily. People are still shorting. We have more short now at 112, 800, 112, 400. So they are all liquidity pools. So definitely this will attract market makers to come up. This will attract them to come up, despite having a lot of liquidity at the downside. If you check 48 hours. So if you check for 48 hours, we have so many liquidity from the longs. We have so many liquidity pool right here for those that are longing. So the closest one is 111,000, 110,300 is the closest one. So definitely I know they're going to wipe all of them as well. Longest will wipe, they will also wreck them because the market is manipulating. It's going to liquidate all of them very soon. Highest today, tomorrow. On tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. Okay, today is Thursday, right? So probably Friday, today, tomorrow, Saturday. I know they will come and wreck all of them, all the longest. Those that did not take profit, they will as well liquidate them. Because that is the way the market is going right now. Because the market is not yet stable. They are just still manipulating it, so they will still come after the longest and liquidate them as well. So if you are on profit, please take your profit because they will still come. They will come after you. Now they might just behave as if they're not seeing the shorters anymore. Let them go and take some liquidity from those that are shorting. From those that are longing the market. So if you are longing, please be careful. They are coming after you to liquidate you. Take your profit or use stop loss to block your profit. If you are lucky to be there, they will come after you. And if they find out that people are taking profit, they will change their direction. They will go up again. They will go up again and liquidate shorters a bit. After that, they will come back again for the longers. So if you're longing, hold your profit, pay yourself for yesterday, close your trade, and watch the market. Or put stop loss. Right. So do not over relax. They will come after you for sure. I know the way they behave. They'll come after shorters to liquidate them first. There's longers. There's a lot of liquidity lying right here. Longers are coming to the market a lot, so they will take off the whole money. They want to kiss all this liquidity, especially all this liquidity pool is a lot. So they want to liquidate them as well. So no one is safe. Shorters are not safe. Longers are not safe. I've been saying it since this month. I said careful. This month is very terrible. I have been saying it from beginning of this month. I said this month is a monthly dodgy. Nobody will be safe in the market. Longers, shorters. The only thing that will save you is that immediately you see your money, you take it away. Immediately you make profit, you take it away. Immediately you make profit, take it away. They will take everything. They will take it. Yes, they will come after. They will come very soon and still claim all the money. So if you are seeing profit on your longs, please protect it before they will come after that money. Surely they will come after the money. So don't think that they are not seeing it. They are seeing it. It's just a matter of time. They will come after that money. So that's it for me for today. Just be careful, protect your profit. If you are on profit right now, hold it tight, hold it tight. Market since Monday, we have seen the market is going morning, it goes dump, evening it pumps. So for now, let's continue watching it. Market is still bullish, yes, but they have to go after liquidity. They have to go after liquidity. They have to go after liquidity right now. So one stupid news can break out. One news might break out, and everywhere will turn to another thing.
Any of the other governors with leadership positions. Not permitted under law. Not what? Not permitted under the law.
So an interview was conducted asking Jerome Powell if he's going to resign. He said no, he's not resigning. Does the president have the power to sack him or to force him to? He said no, he's not. He doesn't have the power under the law. So definitely, we are going to also have, like I said, this month is going to be full of dramas. So many news. I even hope that this month will not even end with one kind of war from one country. I just hope so, because the month is full of news, and inside that news, anything can happen. So be careful, guys. Thank you very much, everyone. GMGM. Uh, I believe that most people are sleeping, and if you have any question to ask, come up and ask a question. If not, we have something to do right here, right now. So if you have a question, come up. If you don't have a question, I'll be signing up right now because I have things to do. So be careful in the market. They will come after the liquidity for the longest. If you have profit, hold your money tight. Market is bullish and also bearish because it is what? A monthly dodgy. Yesterday news was Donald Trump, their World Liberty Finance coin was out, and the Sun said, tweeted, "Let's go," or he said, or is it "Let's fly"? He didn't write. I forgot what he wrote. He said, "I think let's go." He tweeted from 105 market pump to 112 from the Sun. After that, Donald Trump tweeted again, said that he's giving Brazil 50% tariff. Market started dumping again. So it's going to be crazy month.
Anybody will do so.
Huh? Yes. Now, anybody that got that 112, anybody that got that 112 by now, don't collect now. So for now, short is looking good, but if there is a massive short, they will come back for the money. So to enter short now, people need to enter short with style. If people rush the shots, they will come up again because they are still close to up.
I think it's just gap in the new short really start until we pass just see profit to come up.
Yeah.
The market is so strong to the upside.
Yeah. Anything you see, you take it and go away, or you stop loss and block it. Because
this 1 hour, this 1 hour is just like the top is too strong.
Yes. Yeah, because since Monday. Since Monday now we have been facing Asia dump, New York and Distant pump. So that's what I'm facing since Monday. So yeah, Donald Trump is fighting with Elon Musk, so he wants to be pumping the market. They want to be pumping the market so that people will not feel it. So his son only his son tweeted though. His son tweeted though, market spiked. Not even that his father. Imagine father and son, they have turned the crypto market into family this thing. Anytime they wake up, they tweet anything they like. So
It's just that I don't say I've said that I said that you have to know that this one was coming.
no, it was coming, but those fundamental makes it faster, makes it to have weight. They launched their coin, they launched their World Liberty Finance, they launched their own coin.
But remember this is that on Dex.
Now Dex now. So no, never come exchange. But I think it's there for Maxi something. That's not Maxi. You better say it's there for Maxi something. So you know now they have they have
That token if it comes out, not this biggest
yeah. Now all those American exchanges now, all those American exchanges are not the rest. Go first of all have those ones. They have their USD one, their stable coin is there. WLF, WLFI is also out. So their family is just taking over everything, and they are not just taking over with mouth. They want to take over with action. They want to make the market to pump, so I can feel that the impact of their.
Trump is consolidating on his money now. With this
my brother, the man no send anybody papa. The man want to recover all the old money that Joe Biden, all the this thing they blocked him all this while. The man really want to cover everything using crypto by force.
Yeah, also at least this one needs to position his family. I mean, maybe I say at least how many years now he would that was good. But at least making family making us a family not do.
The man, they position his family, his friends, or everybody. They position everybody well now. They position everybody.
Anima, what's up?
Jim, Satokvi, Sakuchina, and everybody here. Please, there's a pair I'm looking at. The market is currently very unstable for me. There's a pair I'm looking at that I would like us to please look at for me, please. The name of the coin is Cross, CROSS USDT. It's a new coin actually.
Cross. That's the CORSS or what is?
No, CROSS, Cross.
What happened to the token? You are longing it or you are doing what on it? The coin is bullish on 4 hours. Bullish on the day.
Yes.
Bullish on. This is a new coin 2 weeks ago.
Yes. I'm looking for a short actually because it has made like I think 90-something%. So I'm looking for a short.
There's no weakness yet for a short here. So you have to wait. There's no weakness. Unless you want to take a risk entry. There's no weakness for a short.
No need to risk that. This one is still
So this is a new coin. Just a month. This month it's a new coin. So it's a new coin. You can see how banana is behaving. Imagine you enter and I start behaving like a banana non-stop. How are you gonna do?
Okay.
So
Thank you.
okay. Guy, the kind of charges where this useless exchange don't charge me. My body they pepper me. Exchange. Guy, and them no be say no be say be like saying them. Oh, the thing no the thing is not the thing is not interesting at all. Guy, this guy is not finish all my money. Even if you dey for loss, they will still dey charge you. Coin that is going up. Too long. Somebody shorting a coin that is pumping. Like they don't want they don't want it to short, they don't want it to long. A coin have shorting charges, longing charges. So what the person do? Okay, you now say, okay, you want to take a risk short. You will be on minus. These guys, they're going to charge you heavily. As in, these guys, they have messed my wallet with charges, man. Me, I give up for them. God forbid. I cannot wait for the proper program to start. As a sport is the highest. This is crazy, man. Guy, if you see the kind of funding rate, this guy charge on phone and the XUSDT since last week, this guy, like you go, like they minus all my money to almost the money I used to short this coin. They finish everything, come begin the debit me. God forbid. All those things I say, let me open 50 all the whole coin I was packing. These guys, they dealt with my money. They use charges, Hey.
When market finish, the funding rate becomes positive. So that positive funding rate is people that are long it will be paying people that are short.
Guys, this time around,
in forex, there are people that use that as a strategy during certain time. They will be going against the market so that they will be earning that fee. They will be earning that fee. That one becomes their profit. But I don't understand why the token the market is bullish, but it's still expensive to short. You really short that it doesn't make any sense. You can't have a negative funding with a bullish market.
My brother, the guys their charges now, the charges no be here. Hey, they don't pity anybody. They are charging longest, they are charging shortest. Who will be in the market again? See, for real, person not supposed
as they have decided they made up their mind to keep manipulating the market because of this market manipulation, like exchanges they do.
Now then they do them now. The
market that way they complain about now is like exchanges they give them. You understand? These exchanges are sent their reserve. They will send out their reserve to exchanges. They will tell exchanges they will tell those market makers to come and short it on their platform because ideally it's against the law for them to do it. So they will use market makers and short it on their platform, give them the resources. Market makers will trade those things for their platform. Dump it. When they dump it, they will now buy back. You go sell your own, they go buy from you. Buy back your own and all that. So that's how all this market makers will run. Now exchanges they run Binance, Coinbase, Bybit, or something again. And then they run over noticing one guy who's not the and then get all this this fund of this there's a pattern I see I'm seeing on the laptop too. So it's making me a bit in as much as I would say market looks kind of bullish, but I'm seeing a pattern that is a bit concerning and it's a bearish pattern. I don't know if you look around, you'll be seeing this bull flag all around Tokyo. I've seen it.
The bullishness of this market is not, it's not that bullishness that will that have
It's
any,
not satisfactory.
yeah,
It's not satisfactory.
that have anywhere is going. It's not that it have anywhere is going.
It's not satisfactory at all.
So
honestly. Even as I said, I knew that the market will go up and all that, but because I'm looking at outcomes, you look at a lot of audio, you just be seeing this move just be like saying a bull, they're not bull flag in the form. Now, how does bull flag? Bull flag is one of the most aggressive bearish patterns because when you go down now, one God can't do the truth. You just throw go everywhere. So I've seen it. There's a lot of people that I've seen that has it practically. So the whole movement, I think one really have. I think if there's anything, one really has to have an open eye to this market now. That's the truth. You have to have an
bro, the whole movement was just to collect people's money. They saw liquidity. A lot of whales shorted the market. They went after their money. They go to liquidate them.
There's a lot of shorts.
A lot of shorts.
I knew that yesterday that will go up first.
The short was too much.
I don't know.
So
I'm not so. I've seen this pattern and it's giving me concern.
Anybody that goes in thinking that we are in the bull run, the person that is beating, this rubbish will reverse and they start dumping. They just go after people's money. This is their time to manipulate the market. They just want for people's money.
I've seen this pattern, bro. This pattern is not. If you look at the YDX, I'm looking at the YDX now. It's very very clear there. I'm looking at look at Ondo. Ondo has it very very clear. Even though Ondo, let's say the ball, but that is it. It's just if you look at it very well, it's ranging inside that blue flag. It's just the grind up. Do you understand? So that's how this pattern really works. So anyone that understands this pattern, you look at AVAX get it in very very well. You just look at it, it's ranging inside that flag. Look at that LDO now that you just mentioned. That is aggressively bullish. It's doing the same thing. So the pattern is just scattered all over, and anytime crypto moves together, everything.
The worst part of this market is that the way the market is looking at, it might even do the aggressive dump this week again. This week now, as this week will not.
I don't really understand.
So that is the worst of this market now. That if you lose guard, this market now might carry you to where you don't know this month.
Okay, see, this all the because I've drawn this pattern since we will be today. All these patterns now, and they are all exactly playing out. Just all the pump, see LDO now, all the pump is just still inside that pattern. It didn't even leave that. It didn't even leave that pattern at all. So, and like even that was even what gave me confidence to be shorting earlier this week. But I saw that pattern already. But the place where it reversed is exactly at the discount part of that pattern. Now it has most prices are brings to the premium zone now. So what happens from here is very very important. And I'm just telling you because even though if you look at some totals like now for instance LT, you see most of them are still on a bearish trend. Now this pattern now is forming. What now happens? Maybe this pattern would dump fully, and then before there's a clear breakout on this major trend line, the major trend line like sending data because these patterns they are forming it on the daily time frame. That's even why I'm concerned. It's not just lower than on the daily time frame bearish flag. So I'm not saying what to long the market if you see opportunity, you can long the market. But I'm just looking at this thing, it's just here. And so it simply means any day I see a bearish close, especially like the premium zone.
Just any weekly bearish close, market don't finish. You see this thing where they form there?
If I will see, if you look at LTO, that the way LTO, I wish you can see this pattern I'm looking at. if this thing now, just see the way it is now,
How
just
do you
manage
know?
to increase like this. I don't need a confirmation.
On the daily, eh?
Yes, on the daily. You will see that ascending channel. You understand? It's a bearish pattern. That's a bull flag. That's a bear flag, sorry. You see it now. So you see it has moved from the discount to the premium like this now. But there just and it has not broken the trend line that is coming down from around 1 point something. We just did that like a day premium. So this was the LTO. I've seen it even sweet, it can sweet it before we want to sweet for me his own stylishly. She on she you understand the pump is I would love if I see opportunity of there are two long trips yesterday, but I'm seeing this pattern and
even that long is so scary. That long. I mean, to long market, they fear me, they fear. Because the market is still looking bearish. It's still looking bearish.
So once I see a good discount, I promote.
Yeah, especially those ones at the bottom level.
And I long better from that bottom like this. That candle was massive for me. So I just said I wanted to hold it to myself.
This LDO on the weekly is about to break out. So like something I want to break out. Looking at something I want to reject as well.
No, see this. You see, there's a double bottom. That's the truth. But this double bottom will give me strength vibes. Because I like this kind of pattern. This is a good pattern to trade. But it's not looking like pattern will go far.
No, they know they go far. Now just break out to the test, they come back again. They know they go far.
Personally, I like this. If you look at something like Jupe, for instance, look at Jupe on the weekly. Jupe on the weekly is very beautiful. You will love it. But why is it not moving? Yes, Jupe on the weekly, you will love it. So maybe after this week, then the movement will start. Jupe on the weekly, you love it. You say, okay.
Yeah, Jupe is also very, very well arranged.
You understand? We will like that. But let's say the weekly close like this, I will happily long this thing. But the daily just did this time. Daily, so you don't see the daily does not look him. You understand? You don't see the daily is just looking. I don't know if you are getting my concerns.
I get you. I got you.
The daily is still looking weak. So for me, the way I trade, it is not really giving me that very strong confidence to predict. There are some tokens I can trade, and some that I find it difficult to trade because of all these patterns. Ethereum is having a good time.
No, Ethereum there for his peak. Ethereum is enjoying the world. But that enjoyment could go collapse very soon. Mm-hmm.
But this daily close was not it's not so encouraging because it didn't take out the last time. I show it to you. Anyway, let's see this because see the candles yesterday candle.
No, that daily close is even a bearish candle, despite that it's green.
And that's what I'm saying. That this daily close is not because the last high that's 2008 something. It's
very, very cute. Ethereum is in a very good reversal this thing right now, but let's see what they're gonna do today.
The 4 hour.
Daily is very bad.
Yeah, we see 4 hours.
The 4 hours come, they show you say work don't finish. But let's see if it's going to play out.
Well, my own is this for BTC. I know BTC still go at least maybe just clean up that maybe that 140, 150. But you know what's going on?
Guy, it get some bad people, bad shot where people take web say they are this thing they around 117. Now they are Bitcoin the target that those money.
I won't be surprised, honestly. I won't be surprised.
And those money be those wealth money, and I want these guys they want liquidate them by all this. Just I don't know whether they don't go they borrow money from Trump. They use the pump this market.
Right now, you know what's on my mind now. I don't say use my place because if this market one don't make I don't miss out. I say make I do it.
No,
I don't like
that would be the worst
I
thing.
don't like when it's open.
Missing pump and missing dump. That would be the worst.
And I don't go like I don't go like this is if you want to I don't go like this at all. I'm not shorting yet, but
Especially missing that 112, miss 111. Because
I don't know,
because this market you see so
if they want for me, pop the go
this market you're seeing right now, the market I see right now, they dump will also deceive people. This dump will deceive people a lot. They wouldn't want many people to believe the dump.
Make it obvious.
Yes, they wouldn't want people to believe it. So they would want to go this dump with few people. The same way they go this long with few people because most people are very scared of the pump and they pumped. So this dump you're seeing right now, you see one candle took us to up, one candle carry us now down.
They don't use one candle on top of it because they use stylist. Even this
No, you see that 107, before people go enter now around 107, 108, they go use one candle run onto 107, keep us there for other people. Before people go come join.
my own is just for now, I think I'll just stay on the sideline and watch. That's what I'm doing. I won't enter the market yet. But my own prayer is this market is going to be good. Yeah.
market makers. Fear who no fear one. Alpha, my guy, Victory, what did he say today? I hope, because he was on a very heavy Bitcoin short like me. I hope he's still safe.
I don't know if he, I know maybe he tried to say something like that, but I didn't really hear him frankly. Yes, I think for reason I agree with him that he said
He was on a big short.
maybe he hesitated to say because he didn't really complain about more. Maybe he hesitated straight. That's I don't think I'm not going to tell because I don't think you that.
One nda corona bula ishaboku. Yeah, Kondemaro beyond repair. The guys were angry. What Jalopin? I saw Jalopin send request.
I'm trying to collect them, but you know, see, I'm giving a sample here,
but you don't enter listener.
I don't know to accept that. So I don't know how to work.
That 112, who shot him, right now? 112, 111, 111, 9. By now, you don't do it.
You should have it better leverage.
If you like good leverage and good money and short that thing from 112. If they want to do anyhow, it will just close for them. Go rest.
I won't be surprised if it is just not there where you just start to really trade out of that market. This incident won't affect so many people. That's why you laugh like this, Toby.
Brother, that is not for children, bro.
Yeah, bro.
How many people do you see this celebration on the tier? How many people they happy say market the pump?
The love letter reach everybody.
You go around, bro. You go around. If you know reach them now, by now if you don't see PNF, don't feel everywhere.
If you say for don't see them for space, how many people there here now? Check the space now. You see the space they don't reduce.
People don't chop.
Actually, people don't go sleep by force.
No, it is only sleep that will save you right now. Only sleep.
You know, say, I sleep, wake up, can't jam the love letter play. Ethereum hit me. Ethereum said it will liquidate me about 2 accounts, 2 exchanges. Why I shot Ethereum, big money.
My brother.
Try.
The love letter was a general notice.
My brother. But no, we move.
Why not?
You know, so I love this talk. This don't do to look at the class. They are doing the market because
Sorry, I didn't hear you say what?
I I said this Trump
Trump.
They don't get any plans.
Oh, Trump or Trump.
Tom. You might
Oh.
Trump not become the same thing. You might
Tom.
Trump
Don't turn to stable coin. I don't know.
Market will heat up like this. Everybody knows
Ton is looking for how to pump with fake news. While others are pumping, while other people are putting money in their market, Ton is looking for fake news to pump.
Don't just they give fake news. Then they won't use fake news pump their tokens. This time people they know their heads. They do fake. They don't even all this scam airdrop collect people money. Still want use fake news pump their token. Their token will die. I tell you, that token go die. He go die natural death.
And again, is that he's not a member of the cabal.
They don't have any plan for the market.
You see,
No plan.
you see, as long as you're not a member of the cabal of this Donald Trump regime, you go hard for your token go do well. You know why? You're not gonna know when Oga go post and when they go tell you come on your money. So this cabal now, what thing they do now say they pumping money to their projects. When Oga tell them say I want tweet, you're pumping money, their market go pump. Once Oga tell them say come out, I want strike anyone. You go see their market go dump. So they are not losing money, rather they are making money. All the cabals of Donald Trump are making money with his regime. And then they long before everybody, and then they short before everybody. So this guy that is from France is not a member of a cabal at all. So and that cabal, now only people who support them during election. Now them now they sell. What all they're talking about pumping. So for your own good, what you do is to wait for what bull run before you go put out your liquidity. Because you don't get insider to tell you what's up. When I want to tweet, so I can pump your token. I want to remove your money. So now what Donald Trump regime they do, their cabals, they know when to pump money, liquidity, they pump in liquidity in the market. They know when to come out.
My own opinion this time, sir, this time around, the best way now to just scap a little while, take away your money, watch the market.
Just look for just look for two or three coin only. No enter plenty.
Yes.
Because the market
Scap little. The market not be predictable. It's on an unpredictable state right now. Market not be stable at all. It's highly manipulated.
over manipulation.
Yeah. Highly manipulated. Everybody should be careful. I tell you, some people don't go village. This market feels that people. So if you commit suicide for inside this kind of market, where it left.
Of course, now. When you think you have seen copper handle reversal, you know, say that time in the West.
This particular pump what happened yesterday, I no get any sign. You no give any sign.
It gets on the 4 hours. Only 4 hours. But that time I was sleeping. Waking up,
my brother, may I sleep?
Waking up already, it's already pumping.
I woke up to liquidation. No, as I woke up, I just say love letter on the email don't flavor. have slept, my brother. Man no go die for all these things.
Small sleep, where you sleep now, while I don't be.
If you long, sometimes you think say they will just come back and take you out. If you no longer at a particular at a specific place, maybe you'll be taken out, and the pump will continue.
Yes, and that taking out will discourage you to go again. You don't want to go again. And immediately you say you will not go again, the pump will continue.
It happened to me yesterday. It has been happening since this last few days. Since last week. You long with nice setup. You look at it. Small time it will just wrap and take you out. Immediately it takes you out and you watch. If you take off your eyes, small time when you come back, everything don't pump. Everywhere don't go.
I'm saying now, longest as short as are not safe. If you're not long on time, you are your own. If you're not short on time, you are your own. My person is talking much.
It's well. This is the drag leg. Now you know say go pump nonsense. This is kind of
The market is showing the power of a dodge. When you see a dodge in a high time frame, stay away. Manipulation, they plenty. They go deal with you for 1 month. 1 month. This 1 month. Everybody go hear them all. Dodgy. Weekly, monthly. Maybe small became something now.
But this time is kind of unusual. Asia dumps the market this time, while US pump the market. It has not been like that for some time.
That is why it is a dodgy now. It's going to be like that for 1 month. 1 month we'll be seeing so many crazy things in the market. And you know, say now, as Donald Trump, they do all the whole manipulation. So now that he has given Brazil 50% tariff, just because they go meeting for Brazil. Imagine say if Brazil decide to retaliate, and that time you don't go enter long. Donald Trump fit go take am go 120. That time you don't enter long. Market will carry from there. Liquidate you for your long. This one now where the whole news is going to say he's threatening China. He's going to bomb them if they invade Taiwan. So, and I woke up one day and he don't enter long. China will threaten him. You will not do anything. Let's see. Next thing now you're already on the long. I said this month will be this month will be terrible. No worry. Watch out now.
In my opinion, said the real points. Very soon, Trump will run two ways. Make pressure there very soon. Looking at that Fed jump, suppose.
What do you say?
And I think, in my opinion, everywhere they count for now. Trump will run one more back very soon. To go into everything. So we get to make everywhere they want. Trump will lose that. Maybe that Fed chairman, he could just bundle up one of his own.
Well, now I think this market, the way it's looking now, the best thing is for everybody to just stay on the sideline and be watching them because this month, Donald Trump is smart. Okay, imagine the test is packing for August. See kind of tariff is packing for August. That tariff, August, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Was the ones, and I remember he said that today again, he's going to mention more countries. He's going to give tariff. The man don't want to rest as well. See Pendo that was sleeping. Don't go wake Pendo up. I'm sleeping.
But market has adjusted
Huh?
to the tariff thing, so once the market has adjusted to the tariff thing, even if they got the market not to send them. Yeah, I'm thinking if not bad news one time this market with China to bring up.
Now him and China get now him and China they control the market right now. Now him and China. Because now they are all the war they. Now they two get war now where we push market down. Only China and America. their rivalry will be here. If Donald Trump no cause world war, I'm not sure say another person to cause world war. You know say if the claim say if he was here, there will be no war here, there will be no war here. But the way he's going, now that first note that was leaked, that he said that he's going to bomb, that he's sending more this thing, more. So he said it himself, that he's sending more this thing to Ukraine.
Yeah.
Then second one that if China invade Taiwan, it's going to bomb Beijing. It's going to bomb the hell out of Beijing.
That's it, dog.
Mm-hmm. So, and this is where they see so now. You know, past this month, but this month will carry no good. This month, you go see problems for this world. He used to be smart and say he's sending more weapons to Russia, to Ukraine. So now he said that all the people that went to BRICS meeting, that what they are trying to do was to make sure that US dollar collapse. Therefore, he's going to give all of them heavy tariff this thing. So why he gave Nigeria 10%? Because Nigeria not just first timer. Then the country that hosted it, Brazil, he gave them 50% yesterday. Just for hosting that BRICS meeting. He gave them 50% tariff yesterday. Then
Trump does this in place.
no, he said
because he gets to be too bombarded.
that is B2 is a threatening the whole world.
Yeah, just everybody.
I know say by now China don't enter house. They build that B2 by their own. By now. I don't say by now China don't enter inside room. I don't say by now China they on the study of that B2. Because that is the only thing now Donald Trump is using to terrorize the whole world. That B2.
I tell you, my brother.
You know Grisel give anybody. So you just use them to terrorize the whole world. And the worst is that they say that the B2 can bomb you without you knowing that it's coming. So
Yeah. If they say I'll give you, may come from the back.
as well.
Because I know them.
You might not give them any country. Now only him get them. And the B2 is working on only just bomb. He told is that anywhere where he enter, he could just offload millions of bombs for there. Everywhere everybody finish. So, the B2 now, if let's say now only one pilot, I mean like two pilots, they don't only pilot here they for the plane, the rest are bomb full now. Even the worst of that plane is that the worst of that plane is that even the pilot is at risk because everything you're carrying is explosive device. That is the worst of that plane. Very small space where the pilot gets. The rest now explosive device.
That's the way you see like that, don't fear. That's the way you see like that. Get battery, get microwave, get that's the way you see like that. You know small though. That's so you feel like say it's small, you know small though. No, be small. No, be small. That thing is designed. That thing is designed not to land. The design I'm saying you know will land. So like two pilots, you know 2 or 3 pilots.
They feel really.
They say you go get there. You know, say that one will go bomb there. You know, now I'll fly for 37 hours.
That's 6 hours.
Before station. Now before plane wey go refuel and pay for up there.
Yeah.
Go refuel am.
Yes. You know they land for anywhere. Now in mission now go and finish your work.
You know they land for anywhere.
No.
Because if you land, make you catch am.
You land you catch them now. So if flight 36 hours, 1 day plus the day for up.
I'm telling you.
So may you know the kind of sleep where those guys no sleep. Go.
As the day, let's say like 3 pilots a day inside. So
they feel reach for. No.
When I follow this, when I watch one document, they say but even bathroom inside, say we go bath, we go do
everything they inside, everything
inside,
including their cap, including their crew where they serve them food. Everybody they inside there. But they say no landing. If you tire, you come out, next person enter, continue. No landing until you finish your mission. Going and coming back, that's 6 hours. Imagine going as far as Asia. Just imagine saying na one European country they want to go bomb. That one sharply they don't finish mission, come back.
All these weapons, I think we're seeing like this, create all these weapons.
And they don't want to make Iran get their own. They plan to destroy others. They don't want to make Iran get their own.
You get what's in Iran compared to all these world power, I don't end.
No, if Iran get what in China gets, all this nonsense will not exist. If Iran get what in China gets, Iran for don't try. Iran for say Iran for say more just test them once and once and for all. Make what the rest.
I tell you.
No, Iran no figure what China get. The US know now. US know now. The world, this world cannot be in peace. Iran, you know, try to say the world power where they did. If they get half of waiting China gets, they don't test some of them, sis. They don't test some of them. I say they don't test many of them since they don't care anybody anywhere where they want to test them. Anybody will put body go collect. Iran get your time to play with you. Can they claim say the world power where Iran they cash you now. They don't mind say if you defeat them, but everybody will first of all collect.
Collect to make una say it must touch you.
Hey, this would make me laugh. They say president of Liberia, they answer. Donald Trump, yes, sir. Why no answer him, yes, sir? They want collect B2. One collect B2. I mean, you don't know what it be B2.
I don't see B2. I wrote they call me B2.
One.
Which president answer yes, sir?
Because the man was when he came to visit Donald Trump yesterday. So Donald Trump was talking to him. He was asking him, how did he learn to speak good English? And I was answering, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Which president? Oh,
Liberia president.
Okay.
So this guy,
Really?
this guy on Arise TV can say that president of Liberia is answering Donald Trump that is older than yes, sir. I say, see you. You know what I answer yes, sir. You know how much we from go house. As a come White House now, you know how many $billion we will carry go house.
Exactly.
No, you know, answer yes, sir. Poverty kill you. Nigeria government, they come on mind, finish their citizens just to make America happy. It can't be ordinary yes, sir. No answer yes, sir. Now.
Trump will run use Zelensky. They decided to take back Zelensky that year. Trump will run use Zelensky for personal attention.
Trump. Donald Trump is Trump is behaving like a Yoruba man. Before you and Yoruba man go out fight, you first of all you use mouth, shout, threaten you. So para catch you.
So long as Trump is concerned, it's better he uses one to threaten you than where he goes to the action. The guy don't really want to do this things.
I say Trump will threaten you. You don't get option than to succumb to his own plan. So Trump, he will tell you that without America that you can't survive. That I'm going to deal with you people. As they tell you, I say in the next morning, don't carry his board come out. Write your name, 50% tariff straight away, and action immediately. You don't give anybody a chance. So I go no say this man will give us tariff like this. This man will send B2 tomorrow morning, no. more behave ourselves. You know the West time, if you wake up, you carry his board. Come outside, bring out his board, write your name, show you, say your country is 50% tariff. So, may you know say his own talk can do. You know the talk can keep.
You know, say this new tariff that we you don't even go to the ground or something. If they write out for letter they send to you, they usually have the write out from paper, send to them directly. Instead of say
no.
Make you need you when you want to say.
I say in the carry what's the character is school board. What's the character that board come out? You go write your country name. Show you say 50% tariff. After some days, you know react, you make it 80% tariff. Watch out now. If Brazil no say anything before next week, you go say I'm 100% tariff.
But to be honest, if you see that guy just having fun. I would like to, that guy don't play.
He's not having any fun. Trump is a traitor. Trump is behaving like a dictator with power. Trump like a man. He gonna kill you with smile. So you know if the parents say they deal with you. Trump is oppressing the whole world right now. Or the whole world, he oppress everybody. Shake body now.
No. What I'm saying is
actually,
for himself, he's really just having fun.
No, Trump is not having fun. Trump is on a retaliation. Trump is retaliating all the whole enjoyment the world have enjoyed America. Now they retaliate.
Yeah, yes.
You know, say for the past many years, the world has been giving America so many high tariffs. I want to say that America be the producer of dollars. So they are chasing it without complaint. So now Trump they feel like if they say these guys want to betray us, so after all we have done for them for many years, they are talking about BRICS nation, so that they know to use dollar again. So they want to abandon our dollar. So our dollar go turn to rubbish. So before that time will come, let us weaken all their instruments that will make them to make money. Now they do so now. And if you give it tariff, you challenge. Now B2 they come. Now B2 they come. If you accuse you now, send you B2 immediately.
I know the dollar can take a hit too. Dollar drop.
And it's still dropping now. Imagine this meeting now that they are doing for the BRICS nation. You know, say if that thing survive, that's if they succeed. You know, say dollar is gone. Listen to Donald Trump yesterday. He said, it is going to be like America lose World War. He said, if we should allow them, it will be like America lose in the World War. So instead of them to have that BRICS nation, see.
But my question is, what's carry to go that place? What's the fine good?
Because he get problem with America now. You don't know. He has problem.
He get problem too. So he get problem with them, and then one goes.
No, he's looking for fund. America know if you give him money now. He's in the wanted list, and Donald Trump knows I see a drug dealer like him, so he cannot be a friend to Donald Trump. He knows, so he now defines survivor because his mission is to how to make money. Tinubu don't get plan for Nigeria. His mission is to how to pack money, so he's looking for a way to survive right now. Normally, Tinubu Nigeria don't get anything to go to BRICS meeting for anything. So Donald Trump no fee give him what he wants because he has case with FBI. So him now going to America now is causing him more problems. Going to ask for fund. They will go and bring out his old file and start investigating him again. So he's now looking for a way out. That is why it's not good to put a bad man as your president. That is a mistake that Nigeria made, making Tinubu our president. So now,
Nigeria make a move. The guy push himself better.
He push himself now, and Nigeria allow him now. Nigeria allow him.
Let's keep question.
If say Nigeria go on protest 2-3 days, Tinubu for no day there. 2-3 days national protest.
2-3 days, 1 month, shut
down the whole place. People gonna die, but the government no go ever succeed. Pursue everybody.
Simple.
You know, so what Kenya did? Kenya done them 2 times. National protest. They enter government house and scatter everywhere. What is their name? This guy, this Asian country do you think their name? They do last year. Yeah.
Which country would that? What Asian country?
Asian country.
Malaysia.
No.
I think all the Asian country also run that to the country.
What is their name? What is this country name? So they run them. President run away. Right.
I remember that when that happened.
Yes. So Nigerians are scared. Now, Tinubu cannot get anything from America because of his record. So Tinubu just carry himself go introduction to BRICS nation. Now, Nigeria don't collect 10% tariff. Remember saying Nigeria, they suffer hardship for how long now? Nigeria, they suffer hardship. Now, anything we want to bring from America now, price don't add 10%. More high to problem where Nigeria face already. Nigerians are facing hardship already. On the enter tariff join. Now, who is going to speak for Nigeria? Nobody. Will Tinubu go for reconciliation with this man? No way. Now, fear no agree. I'm trying. So fear no agree.
I know say they also US don't adjust they don't reverse their visa policy on Nigeria.
It's not this thing though. It is also a retaliation though. It's also a retaliation. Because for many years Nigeria they do have US, but nobody they complain. Based on say Nigeria no get government. Even if you enter, if you still enter again by bribe. If Nigeria become to get government, American people for don't complain long time because it is a one-time entry. When you enter, you go no more coming again on visa on arrival. So all those social visas, Nigeria have been doing it to America for a long time. Now America now say 3 months. When you enter after 3 months, you get expire. But before people in Nigerians when they go America, nothing they just enter. When they enter, they go there permanently. Nobody they pursue them because immigration does not work like the way they do in Asia in America. So now Trump now come bring this immigration policy. So Jallo P, your network today no good at all. So
I tell you, my brother, I don't even update my X. This thing be able for my iPhone. For now, don't go my Galaxy. I don't know what in the world it's in.
So now
I hear all the conversation from my system.
Okay. So now
my phone, I don't know.
They have increased the.
South Korea become country where do that way be the South Korea.
No, not South Korea. Not South Korea. It's a country that just did
South
last year. Costa Rica. The country just did last year. Wait, let me remember the name. Wait, the name that enter my mind. No. Wait. The name that enter my head very soon.
Myanmar.
No, not Myanmar.
Obviously, where Donald Trump they do, they help America. Because they put America now out of desperation, all this in action, not desperation.
He doesn't care now. It's a desperation now. It's a but on it. But somehow he's fighting for the right of America. So somehow.
He's fighting for the right of America, but in truth, he's taking on too many fights at the same time.
Yes.
That's true. He's taking on too many fights. And feel winner, understand? Say just as you talk say, if multitude cook for you, you don't finish up.
Now waiting BRICS nation one do for him now. Now waiting the one do him. That's why they are forming BRICS nation. They want give him better food. When we say as in general food, now they cook for him now for BRICS nation. That's what they are trying to do. They want to cook better food for him. You know, you hear what Brazilian listing said. The president said for the tariff. He said, "I heard that Donald Trump has given tariff to people that came to the meeting. No problem. So he thinks that he's the one that give tariff. No problem. We're waiting for him. So by that time, he just gave Nigeria and some Tunisia and some countries. So to reach yesterday, now he gave Brazil. So we're waiting for Brazil today. Definitely, Brazil is going to retaliate today.
You know why they do that? Now fear, they strike fear into some other nations who will join the BRICS. But you know, that thing will go old.
Yes.
You don't get any meaning. Because BRICS nation have come to stay. BRICS nation, the bloc already now, their trade is even higher than what European Union trade they do. You see, they have money, they have resources. The BRICS nation have about 40-something% of the world GDP. And they are growing, they are increasing in numbers. You see, all these their desperate fights, with desperate measures where Donald Trump they bring out, it no go hold. It's just now.
And
sometimes people nations go find way to the bypass US. US
and
relevant again.
That's why he's using Israel to be fighting many people now.
Israel itself will be disseminated very soon. The people are getting more ways to really defeat Israel. See now, you see what China did to Germany yesterday?
I swear.
China destroyed German spy this thing yesterday with their laser.
Yeah.
It's just like that's the first time
their
they use
aircraft
laser to destroy an airplane.
Yes, sir.
You see, that is power. They are showing you technologically that they are advanced more than you.
I tell you.
They just send a message to America and their allies, saying they are actually ready and prepared for them.
Very prepared. Very prepared.
You see what Russia did to Ukraine yesterday? Russia pounded Ukraine. That kind of bombardment has never happened before since the war started. But the bombardment yesterday, they destroyed both NATO equipment that was being brought in that they are sending to this thing through Poland border. They destroyed everything.
And it was
another message.
It was America that was sending it.
Yes, as Trump promised that he's going to give Ukraine more weapon and more air defense missiles. They have to now send the message that they are ready, they are prepared for them. They destroyed a lot of things, and China have delivered more air defense missile and more missile to Iran. And Russia also have planned to deliver. North Korea are delivering. A lot of countries are delivering to Iran. There will be war. I know there will be war.
I swear.
War is coming.
No,
everybody should just be prepared. There is war.
It's very close. It's very close. Very close.
It's pure.
It might even.
It's only those that doesn't know international politics.
It might even be this month. It might even start this month. It's very close. Very close.
You are right. I tell people there is something that is on the horizon, a very big thing. You see, a very big thing is coming, and it's going to start from the Middle East. You see what all the Houthis are doing. They've sank this is the third ship or so they've sank since this week now, and they have warned that they will continue. Those things are war signals. Those things are messages, power messages. You see, people know they understand the play. The play is on. The place, America will not have it easy as they think. No. The B2 that they are talking about, China have theirs. China's own self is even in technology is superior to what that B2. China have theirs. They are not going to produce. They already have theirs. If they call it something spirit, that's what they call their J something spirit. That's what China call their own. They name their own. So all these things America is doing is just. It's just like a baby that they collected his candy and is crying. That's what America is just looking like. They are looking like a laughing stock at the moment.
They are actually crying.
And the real Americans are not happy with Donald Trump. They are not happy.
They are actually crying. They are actually crying because the world is seeing their weakness.
They are exposing themselves now. America is exposing themselves to the world that's, they are not acting elderly. They are not. At all, they're acting childish. All these actions are childish.
The worst thing that happens to America right now is to try any attempt to fight with China. That will be the worst. If they try that one, now there they go. Which China don't even blow up. And then they go expose themselves, finish. That or whether you two don't rub.
They will show you action. What they say they will do. They don't threaten anybody. They are so mature that they don't threaten anybody.
No,
they are like.
They don't even talk too much. They don't talk too much. Yeah, your network is coming in and out.
This network is actually not in one side, though. The thing is affecting almost everybody. You see, China is going to the listener section. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
The network is really bad, though. It's not only your, I can really say that. Network is bad everywhere.
Yes, I think it's because of the rain. The rainy weather, that's why. I'm also experiencing bad network. It's really stressful. So I have to switch. I usually use Vodafone, but I have to switch to MTN because MTN is the best. So I bought new data on MTN. I think MTN is a bit stable. But the anybody long Pengu, as I told earlier on, it's printing on. I'm already out. I'm already out.
Okay,
I saw a liquidity sweep, so I entered, and it has already swept the liquidity, so I'm out now. If earlier on, if anybody was paying attention, they could have joined me on that ride. But I'm expecting more pump from Pengu. But right now, it's retracing. I told you I'm out. It's retracing.
Pengu that was sleeping in peace. Bitcoin just wake Pengu up.
Yeah, it did that W shape too. So they
Yeah,
gave me
very fine W shape for the 4 hours.
It did double bottom too with a W shape. So as I saw liquidity up there that it could possibly sweep. So I entered. I entered with just $10, but I came out with $16. So thank God for that. Because I've really been through hell since yesterday with banana 33.
Are you a banana the wicked banana?
Banana
How much money I made from Ella yesterday? Ethereum sunk all.
Banana the destroyer.
Banana finishing.
Banana the destroyer.
I had to take a break because I knew if I jump on the market after that, I will finish my account. So after that, I took a break. I went to sleep.
I swear.
When everything was pumping, I wasn't even on the chat.
That sleep was the best thing you could do for yourself.
So I came back this evening and I saw Pengu set up and I said, okay, let me reduce my risk that I took yesterday. So I entered Pengu and it worked.
Banana.
But I'm watching MKR. I'm watching MKR now. I'm on MKR now and it's already moving. So I don't know. It also has a liquidity to sweep. So I'm targeting that one too. And it's already on the move. So if you fully enjoy me, that one is on you, but it's already on the move.
Banana the bananas. Okay. Banana have done people.
Banana finish me. Banana finish me.
I say banana have done people date.
This MUSD and the way they watch am. If this thing give me chance, just today it has made 11%. Right now, in less than 2 hours, 11% pump. I don't know what they pump that coin. I don't know, but it will surely give me a chance to milk him. So what do you guys think about the BTC pump? Are we going to continue the pump, or is it just a gimmicks? Tovi, I want you to tell me something about this.
My brother, the market is highly manipulated and highly volatile and highly dumpy. So the only thing for the market is that it is going to be 1 month. I said 1 month is going to be crazy. 1 month. This month is going to be crazy.
Serious pump and dump.
Serious one. Serious one. As we enjoy pump,
you should just fix your eye on the chart, be watching it.
As we enjoy pump now,
this time
tomorrow
when you long or short, you take a trade and you go and sleep.
No, sleep now.
If you do that, you wake up to love letter, very romantic one.
this month is going to be seriously
Uchenna,
manipulated.
your solo is giving me some money. I don't know if you continue dumping.
I'm telling you that solo is dumping now.
Yeah.
No. That's what I saw you very well. That's what you do that I like high confidence. The only thing I think what happened to your that's most of my trades I stop loss completely because once I end that trade like this I boost on because I won't have plenty that's the game. So long I don't
The solo is now moving.
I don't think that. So I just put that there. Let's see how come on. I want you to come back everything already.
I beg, more than no verse. I want to ask one question. I beg. Waiting PSG do Madrid yesterday. That one na ball. I've been a child's play. Guy, come on, for PSG.
PSG assets now. Nobody go for PSG right now.
Now, that means now only Arsenal featuring that club. Oh, Jesus Christ. Real Madrid, the first half 2-0.
Real Madrid said no day in the kind of form where they play PSG now. Nobody play PSG now like
My
that.
brother, I say
they are the most complete team at the moment.
I said
so.
after they won Arsenal with 2-1 and one of our home. Now there I know say Arsenal too good. These guys catch Italian team for final. Carry 5 goals. Jesus Christ.
If you go there, don't want to go talk nonsense now. You let's lie.
Hey.
They will beat you well.
I don't want to beat them on Sunday.
PSG just there like PSG. My brother, see, Chelsea go collect maybe first half. Brother, first half, if Chelsea no collect like 4-0 for first half or 3-0 for first half. Guy, see, PSG catch Inter Milan. Inter Milan was praying, God, can this match end? Let them end this match. Let them carry the trophy and go. See, I was watching Arsenal match. I didn't hear the pity of our players waiting as in what they were going through.
They use 9 players, beat Bayern Munich 2-0. 9 players. After 2 rounds, they beat Bayern Munich 2-0 with 9 players.
Okay.
They are talking about Chelsea.
Okay.
When I went to Arsenal fans, suppose they support Chelsea.
Support. Oh God, they will deal with you people. No worry.
Nothing England. Nothing concern Arsenal play with England. Make una go play. Una win carry.
Mona go try on her own. No problem. Mona go try.
Now so it be. Make everybody try.
You know, say people never know say Arsenal good now until they give Inter Milan 5-1 for final. Now there people know say Arsenal good. Real Madrid they come their own.
Arsenal bottle. Now, we they call them Liverpool will carry the English league collect. Everybody collect for PSG.
Man City collected.
This is their time to reign supreme.
Man City collected.
Nobody can do anything about it. They will reign supreme. They are the most complete team at the moment. Go and check other teams. Check their kind of players and their statistics.
I say Man City collected for their hand. No team will never collect for that those hand. I say not only Arsenal try among all the teams. I swear to God. These guys, they're the humble people. They go humble you like they will play like say you be small pikin. God forbid.
Every department in PSG is tight. They have top-notch players in every. Their goalkeeper is number 1 now. Donnarumma is number 1 in the world at the moment. No goalkeeper is as good as Donnarumma at this moment now. Go and check. Their attack is fire. Their defense, midfield, specialists. My brother, forget. See the Chelsea don't do complete now. Chelsea will struggle. Now, not imagine I want to go play. I've been a Kopama. But think Kopama go do this. But I'm on the way to. When I go see it, when I feel collect 4 or 5, they feel beaten up mercilessly.
I say, go to Madrid the first half. They don't wire Madrid as in they don't 3-0 the first half. I'm gonna pause it. Jesus Christ.
Humble you now. PSG go humble you. PSG show you that they don't. Now they are come to shine.
Guy, those guys are not joking. No.
Now they are come to shine.
God forbid. They are not joking. I rewatched that match yesterday because I was sleeping when they played the match. I say, God, what is
I don't
this?
watch the match. I don't watch the match. I sleep. Oh.
Oh, go and watch the highlight. Oh, go and watch the highlight. See what they do. What they do, person. What they do to Madrid. And it be like saying small pikin they play ball. God forbid. They make mistake. No matter just they give them pass up and down. Like they make mistake like children. Why children they play ball?
They get good coach. Their coach is a very good coach.
You know what they give Chelsea 5.17 to win the match. That this one assist. A whole final. They like saying small pikin ball. Final was supposed to be 2 points and 3 points. Final was supposed to be 2 points and 3 points. Now they give Chelsea 5 points. Be like kind of children they play ball.
Yes, you know the joke, my brother.
Well, Chelsea they always get grace to. They always get this kind of grace, yeah. I pray that their grace will work for them again.
Thank you. I look at one here, sir. Motivation. You want motivation? Come back.
Yeah, teachers they always get that kind of grace to do what they believe. Especially anything where they oppress people that period. Now Chelsea they always humble them. The way they did to Barcelona that year, did to Bayern Munich that year.
Anytime when Chelsea did for good tournament like this, where people don't believe in them, they do well. One thing about Chelsea.
This one where they carry now. Anybody believes that they carry them. They were not doing well at all, but now them go carry them.
Yeah. Once you lose hope on Chelsea will do wonders. That's what they usually. That's one thing about Chelsea that I love.
I beg. This PAG team, they need to check them the way they check Pogba. They need to go and check those boys, and they suspect those boys. Guy, their energy no be here. God forbid.
Like youth, like complete youth too. Now few of them they don't reach 28, 30.
I say now few of them very youthful boys.
Yeah. 19, 18, 19, 20. That's so they just
God forbid.
Do what's that? The boy now 18 years old boy.
Guy, if you see what these guys they play people, if you see what they play in Madrid, I pity Madrid as well.
After wingers, they too sharp. They are wingers. The attackers too.
He say wingers. I tell you, say they are defenders. They come. They are defenders. They come score goal. Defenders. They play like they be strikers. Defenders.
Everybody they okay. Their coach now top notch. Everybody they okay.
I say, man, they just carry Ballon d'Or, carry everything. Golden Glove, Ballon d'Or, give them a bag and a day. Everything, just carry everything. Give them. No need to. No complaint in the world. No complaint.
Donnarumma is #1 in the world. No comparison.
No competition. Nobody. Carry.
No competition.
In fact, the competition now for Ballon d'Or, they within them. Whether I have to give them Hakim, I have to give them Dembele. The competition now they within them. No be even to other club now within them. Who to give?
No, their club get everything. No.
I said I didn't get
their coach from their coach to the players that they supposed to get
everything. Everything belongs to them. Everything belongs to them.
Both Europe, Ballon d'Or, PSG players.
I say give them. Just gather everything. Just now the competition now within them. Who to give?
Within their players, yes.
Nobody.
Within them. Now within them. No club. All club come here.
Which club?
No club.
Which club is that? Which club?
No club come. No, they never win. Nobody don't win Champions League with that kind of margin.
Nobody. It never happened. Nobody.
I'm not sure.
Nobody.
Wow.
Nobody. They don't pity anybody when they catch. If they catch you, they don't pity you. They will destroy your team. They will make people look like say when I not do training come.
But PSG hot now, no be talk. PSG hot now, they real. Now reality, everybody they say. PSG at the moment they play in a different level. They're playing from a different league at the moment.
Try and collect. Come close and collect. That is their name. Come close, you collect.
If you say too much, come contest. They know they talk. And if you watch, they don't even do media, all this media.
No. They don't get.
Other things they do.
They are.
They talk. Their players.
They are very busy training, waiting for you to come.
They are focused. They don't talk too much. They are focused.
They don't get your time.
But now their coach, their coach is a focused coach. See what he do when he go Barcelona, when they Barcelona. He almost carry everything too.
Now the coach,
no, not their coach. Yeah, their coach.
Enrique
na correct coach.
No be Dembele where they die. But Dembele na turn to the hottest striker in the world.
Correct coach.
I say when Messi, Neymar, Messi, Mbappe there for this club, they know try this kind of thing. And they were the hottest in the world, eating the highest salary in the world. They know try.
Coach, now that association is a coach.
Na coach, no players, so na coach.
It's about coach.
It's about coach. No be players, so.
Na coach. When Mbappe, them all of them, they with them pack themselves thinking it's about superstar. No be about superstar, about coaching.
Na coaching.
Na tactics.
Na coaching, na the skills, man. No matter how that your skill. Come and bring that your skill. Na skill matters, so.
Tactical composure. This Luis Enrique a good coach. I hope say after PSG go, Man City go on by. And then
I'm going through the chat, and one thing I realize is that all the coins, all the tokens that have already swept liquidity are not moving. Only those that have liquidity to sweep are the ones moving.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if it's just a liquidity sweep pump or
before are
not moving at all.
Before you think it's what pump? The pump was to rise those coins that were done, so they can come up before the thing that one before the main this thing will happen. It's just to all of them. Watch any coin that pump already. It's not pumping much again. Now the ones that are coming from the down, are them they pump right now.
Yeah.
Bonafide, how far?
Because see Moondeg or four Moondeg we supposed to pump like get head. Moondeg is not pumping.
No, what that means is this: all this BTC move is not considered bullish yet. The market is not seen as bullish.
No,
the market
it's not.
Until it breaks above 120, and then you see odds could really wake up.
Yes.
But this move now it's just like irregular consolidation. So that's how the market just has a way of the market is intelligent. It has a way. So it just telling that all this aggression, the market is not considered. They never see BTC as bullish yet.
You're right. Bonafide, how far? Give us your analysis. I know say you don't sleep very well.
Boss, good morning.
How far,
Jim.
Brother.
Brother Gaslov. James, sir. Picturing that game. This one, Karawa will come this night.
Acharugo, everybody don't chop liquidation now. Acharugo now, everybody there on a kunkum mood.
Hibernation mood.
As in,
for the country.
Now why? My wife was telling me, I made great features this week. I trade this thing on Forex, Solana on Forex. The only thing where I trade. Because definitely, for light short.
Which platform do you trade Solana? Is it on MT5?
MT5. Almost all layer one now, you can trade it on MT5. Forex.
Which broker?
this thing now, I trade with TD Market. This broker that I'm running, every layer one.
They have crypto pairs.
They have crypto pairs now. All analyze my crypto pair there now. It's my chart.
No, I used to think you did your execution.
I think someone needed help from you earlier on when you went on this place.
Okay, who is that?
Someone was looking for a funded account, and I said he should contact you, but I think he's not on the street anymore.
Okay, funded accounts.
Yeah.
There is even a new Naira funded account. There are a lot of funded accounts, but to me, anybody who is looking for a funded that is Profem now, right?
I mean, I don't really know much about Forex, so I told him to contact you. So maybe when he comes on the space next time.
The funded account I recommend to people is Funded Next. To avoid the stories, a lot of these funded, their rules are very stupid. You see people sitting down to trade this crypto and forex in funded account. After trading it and finish, they come and tell him that he break IP rules. IP rules, that is, he trades the account in more than 2 phones. Those nonsense rules is very stupid. That is why I don't love, personally me, I don't love trading funded. I like trading my money, because if all these nonsense fund rules hold my money, I will drag them seriously. All right, navigating directly to the charts, which is the business of today. BTC pumped to all-time height of 112 yesterday. Now, are we going to? The answer is if I put my BTC chart, I saw a lot of things in BTC. There are a lot of patterns forming from the range of, there were a lot of patterns forming from the range of 107. People went from 107, between the support of 107 to the height of 110 until the breakout of yesterday to all-time high of 112. So if you check that chart, that consolidation in a lower time frame, there were a lot of trading pattern forming there. Some of the patterns have a bearing on sell. Some of the patterns have a bearing on short buy. Then if you also go to a higher time frame, BTC was bouncing on a support, on a resistance zone. Now the resistance zone of BTC ranged from 110 to the height of 111.9 peso. All those zones are resistance zone. What ICT or SMC people call order block, and those zones can definitely push price down. Now in trading, when there is a consolidation like this and a lot of pattern is forming, what we mostly do allow for price to break out major zone for proper confirmation. Where are the major zone for proper confirmation? The major support of this consolidation is at 107,300. So for me to be have high conviction and be certain that the market will go down to, will sell to the nearest at 105. That price has to break the support, the consolidating support.
Bonafide, are you using earphone? What is making that noise? Are you using earphone or something? Are you close to something?
You said?
Are you close to something? The noise is too much.
Charles,
Am I audible now?
your mic. Charles, be close your mic.
Am I audible now?
You are audible, but the noise. There's a feedback noise coming from your mic. Grrr. Continue. Let's see.
All this non phone that you go back. All this non phone, all the China phone that you go back. How does that affect you?
No, Uchenna is my own.
You get money, you're like very big man. You're a big man. Just make order. If you want me to send out business, send out business. If you want it. I know say you did like iPhone times.
Okay, sir. Just
all
right. All right. So, continuing. So, price have to break 107, 300. That support, that inside support, and close below. That range, that price have been ranging. When you break and close below, I'll be convinced that the BA are holding and that market is coming to 105, which is the nearest support, and possibly 100. And also price have to break 111, break that resistance zone, the major resistance zone, price have to close around 103, around 113 to 114, and bodily close in late day. Now, mind you, yes, there was a bull yesterday, but that bull was rejected. It did not bodily close that zone. So if today bull, but then the volume of the pump was higher than the volume of the rejection. So it's still showing that the buyers are still holding the horn. So the volume of buy is still there. But then it was rejected back to that zone resistance zone that I said it had the capacity to push price down. So now if today candle bodily close around 118, 14, then I'll wait for the next candle. The next candle will definitely have price will definitely have to retrace and respect back this zone, because this zone is a very long resistance zone that price have always been respected. Price get the market have to come down. So if it break out, there's a tendency of that high tendency that price will respect. So market will retrace back and possibly come and give a government candle in 4 hours. Then I will be sure to long the market to the nearest fifth level at 120, 117, 130 if possible. But as it stands now, I will not recommend any. To me, I don't recommend to buy or sell. I can only wait to get a proper confirmation in the market. My proper confirmation in the market, and my chart is up and down. And until those happen, before I can trade BTC. But for now, I can comfortably go and trade other altcoins. I have a good confirmation with XR. Exactly. When I'm done with BTC, I will go to the analysis of XCalc with them. So what we are looking for, what I personally am looking for BTC is for him to break this 111, 112 region and get to 118, 114 and bodily close. Not rejection or not weak or weak mean that the buyers were buying, but then the sellers overtook them. Even at that yesterday, we saw that the buyers were buying, but the sellers setting. But then the buyers' volume is higher than the sellers' volume. So when that happened, bodily close in daily candle, I can long BTC. But for now, I'm not longing BTC, and I will not short it. The reason why I will not short it is because the volume on this candle is high. This candle of yesterday our volume. So I will watch it closely to see if today's candle will reject back and break my support at 107. If it break my support at 107, I will short. I will go in for short. Already there is an insider trend in 107 or a bearish flap in 107 in day. If you also check in 6 hours, there is bearish flap too. So, but we know very well that pattern have a tendency. Pattern can or still have a percentage of invalidation too. If you also check this range of 107, 108 in a lower time frame. In a lower time frame, let me get to 4 hours. You also have some forming pattern of a bullish flap too. So there's a pattern called Pythagoras. I'm also trying to see it in 1 hour in that same inside. So in that inside that same range too. So there are a lot of pattern forming there. So when I see contradicting pattern like this, pattern is forming buy, pattern is forming sell in major time frame like 4 hours, daily. And what I do is look at major zone. Let major zone go. When major zone are being broken, I will join through. So that is basically my analysis for BTC, what I'm expecting to happen in BTC. But then a smart trader who is a risk taker can decide to short the market from you. Some risk taker are shorting this market. The reason why risk taker will short this market is that the price is directly on the resistance zone, or if you look at it, it's giving a double top in weekly. Some will short it and place their stop loss above the major zone, possibly place their stop loss at 180, but it's a very risky trade. Very, very risky, and I may not love to. I may not love to take that risk. I will wait for proper.
I beg. What kind of phone are you using, Bikono? Jesus Christ.
Oh, God. Let me see if I will.
God forbid. Hi. What kind of phone is this?
Radio phone.
Even if not Nokia 3310. God. My ear don't finish. I listen to you.
You're fry person here.
Jesus Christ. What kind of rubbish is this? Jehovah Shammah.
But if I see, probably should drop and come up back again. Refresh your network.
I don't try to as the thing they hey. Beautiful analysis, but the phone it increase person BP. Whether a network they cause some, I believe say that phone it always do it the way they talk. That phone they low quality. X they always require high either use a good smartphone or laptop. Hmm. That one, whether not the mouthpiece, na no good. Because now only when they talk, that thing they do. Hey, see wahala. Charlie, you have your. Do you have anything for us, Charlie? Jalop, you get anything for us?
So if you told me they use Charlie na Ghana term. So where you go learn that for?
na Jalopi. Jalopi, the list talk about.
Charlie, na Ghana terms for
I tell you.
Just as they say, I be Charlie.
They always use them now. That's why I can't say I follow you, Charlie.
But the guy use them because you understand the thing.
Yeah.
It's not
Hey. Well, I know they finish for Bitcoin and his family. The level Bitcoin they so now.
Is it better now?
Uh-huh.
Am I better now?
Yes. That means say you don't change gadgets.
All right.
You want to use Tom phone. I've been Solana phone. Now you use they do that thing.
Solana phone no fit do like that. Not Oyster. Not their Oyster something.
So I wanted to drop my bias on was that on XRP. Sorry, I'm navigating to XRP. Oh God. Oh, I analyzed this trade yesterday. Oh, I could have followed it through. Fine. It has already pumped, but it's still going higher. Fine. I've missed this entry. But well, okay. SRP pay is a very simple, sweet setup. Very simple, sweet setup that anybody can look at it. It's one of the simplest setup. So there was an inside and upper trend that formed that gave us X formation. In X formation, we see that the price have break above the upper trend, and I was expecting a retest. Now, apart from that pattern, the X formation or the upper trend that we know, there's also another pattern there too. If you look at this, there was a resistance, triple resistance in daily and in weekly, and price have break out of the resistance and is supposed to retest back and give an engulfing candle either in 4 hours or in daily. Then we will short, then we will long the market. Not seeing XRP to the volume that XRP used to break. I didn't see it as a fake breakout. I'm seeing it as a major breakout. So now the nearest resistance of XRP that XRP is supposed to respect, the nearest zone again is at 2.65. At the nearest resistance, if you check it on daily or on weekly, you will still see it there. Let me post my bias on the. I analyzed it yesterday. Let me post it on the comment section. I posted on my tail, but let me post on the comment section So there's a beautiful X formation there. In X formation trade, if you look at that X formation, that is the same thing I was talking about, that in BTC, there are a lot of pattern I saw there. So some is bullish pattern, some is bearish pattern. So one need to break that. But in this too, in this XRP, somebody can stumble. In this XRP, you see, he has a bullish flag. He also have a bearish flag. One of it must happened in the market. And which one did happen? It was the bullish flag, which is the trend, the upper trend. He has breakout and he has to retest. But then what I just see is this. Yesterday I expected retest. This market has not retested yet. Let me check even lower time frame. Okay, 4 hours try to. This market has not retested. So possibly we may looking for a beautiful retest back to the breakout zone. I may be expecting a retest in back to 2.34700. If you retested and give me a engulfing candle in 4 hours, I will long XRP possibly to 2.26 or 2.25 or thereabout. So XRP pattern is very beautiful and simple. So if you look at it, there are a lot of pattern confirmation that we are given it. If you look at it, there was a triple top in there, a resistance point 2.3262 and price breakout of it. The second pattern was a upper trend. If you plot the trend in daily, the first plot of the trend is at 3.3621. At the first touch. Second touch was at 2.6550. And the top touch was the previous resistant triple top, which is 2.3344. So price happily or beautifully break out of that. Now, why it formed X formation is what that there's also an insider trend. The first touch of that insider trend was at 1.180. The second touch was at 2.2086. Now, the next mitigation was still the resistance of 2.3. There was a mitigation. If you go to the lower time frame, there was a consolidation there, or whatever we may call it. So now price beautifully break out of that X formation and close up above. So if I was there when he break out, I could have find a way to take some more risks. But then beautifully, I'm expecting a retracement back there. Then I may buy to 2.26. Mind you, I don't trade without stop loss. I don't trade unless I'm willing to risk everything in there. That is only when I may trade without stop loss. So if price come back and retest and give me a engulfing candle in 4 hours, I will long and put my stop loss at 2.2388 and M at 2.255. I think that should be 1:2, 2.5 RR or 1:3 RR. Can possibly take profit there. But if I see that the market is still having a chance to come more higher, my profit and allow it to run. So those are my bias on BTC and extensively too on BTC and what again? Okay, BTC and XRP. I love analyzing Solana. I didn't analyze Solana. Oh, Solana has form. Okay, so I just look at Solana now. Solana is at the resistance. And I allowed it to break out that resistance. Solana is at the double top resistance. There's nothing there to analyze again. Double top resistance in daily. So let's see if it will break out or it will retrace that. So that is my market outlook for the current bump that we are having now. And now I'm expecting to approach it for better safety of my phone and not to give money to Caesar. GM once again bust up V, GM Just Love, GM with Jenna, GM Decento, GM ETH, GM Charlie, GM Crypto Joe, okay, GM TP11, Dr. Capito, I love to stay in the listener section, GM. Crypto chemistry is like it's sleeping. GM to you all. All right, let me mute at this point.
Bonafide. GM to you.
Sir?
GM to you. This Solana, what do you see in this Solana as it is right now?
I mentioned Solana. Solana is a double top. So you know, Solana used to try to behave like BTC. Solana is at a double. If you look at daily, you see another candle the other side, and see a candle here. So it's at that top, and that daily candle is after a little rejection. If you check 4 hours, the last 4 hours give a pin bar. So allow Solana to me, BTC is pumping. I will allow Solana to break out to 106 and 160 and close above in a body candle before I may consider longing Solana. But as long as it did not close above there, I know I long anything. Anything is possible. This BTC where you see like this, Trump know this very well. Yesterday at BTC pumped to 1012. That while they are celebrating 1012, that is exact time. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Am I audible? Okay. When BTC pumped to 1012, as I was looking at BTC immediately touching 1012, that was when Trump nagged Israel tariff 50% tariff, and BTC rejected back. It's like Trump is watching BTC market, and that they don't want him to fly too much. So that pump in BTC didn't really reflect a lot in other hot coin. It's not there's one BTC pump and you see altcoin running as if they're mad, but like if something is pursuing them. So it didn't really run like that. And I love to follow candle. I love to follow chart. So if I look at this chart now, Solana chart, it's very clear. There's a zone here. There's a resistance zone there at 159.61, and price now currently just gets to the current price get to 159.1 and have some rejection. So me, I will allow it. Personally, I will allow it to cross for me to be sure before I can long. Let me not be executive with it. Executive for anybody. You can say you should long this thing now before you know you see a very rejection down. And you see news will come out that 100 and something million short position, long position was liquidated. If you check the news, they mention how many short was liquidated in the market. Those what actually they will target the short position. They have liquidated short position a lot. They have celebrated the short, and 90 million short position was liquidated. So I think they will target long position. So as for me not to be exit liquidity for any Caesar, I will patiently wait and watch. So that is my take on it. If I get confirmation, I hit the market very hard. For now, the only confirmation I get is in XRP. I don't have confirmation yet on the Solana and BTC. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your analysis. Because this is always very, very, very insightful. That means, following what you said, you do not see the market as entirely bullish at the moment, right? Help rights, borrows.
No. Market will only be considered to be bullish when it crossed that and closed at 130, 140. Market cannot be said to be bullish as long as it's still inside that resistance zone. We can't call it bullish yet. Sorry, I will not say we can. I can't call it bullish. I can only call it bullish when it crossed that top. The market is still inside the support zone, resistance zone, that zone or that low. Bullish confirmation will be when it broke it out and bodily close. That's only when I will say market is, and we are longing it to the moon. But as long as it's still there, price can push it down.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we'll just keep an eye on the market. Everyone who is not so sure what to do, I think sometimes maybe you just have to do it and watch the market. If you're not in the market yet, you're not sure how to trade what is happening, you can feel free to stay away. Also, I also believe that the majority of the gains are to be made on altcoins, not on BTC, because a lot of alts have really good risks to be watched, considering the fact that they've had a very massive downtime over the past couple of months. So, it's important to keep an eye on BTC, what BTC does in the brand. Essential. It's a determinant for all altcoins. So, and let's also treat very carefully our want to also encourage everyone to trade carefully. Always have a stop loss on your trade, whether you are long the market or you're short in the market. Always trade with stop loss. It's better you're out of the market than when you are trapped on the trade. It's better you're out of the market watching from outside rather than when you are trapped inside the market. When you are trapped inside the market, your judgment is clouded. Your emotion comes into play. The all your decision, and more important is you cannot really the money that came out to make. The reason being that you've allowed yourself to be trapped, your phones are trapped. So let's always know that there's nothing that we lose exactly by being out of the market. It's safer. It keeps you away from problems or from potential wrong trades. Thank you, everyone. I also want to request for those who are down there, feel free to come up and share your take on the market. Also bring up some tokens of interest that you think have potential to offer, have potential for good movement, decent moves. Bring them up, whether it's going up or it's going down, we'll look at it together. And then we come from a bias that I believe will bring profits. Thank you, everyone.
there's quite a lot going on. It doesn't change the way we do monetary policy in the near term. I mean, but and it doesn't change our objectives or what we need to do. And, you know, these things are not really our issues. They're really issues for elected governments. All of those issues are really for elected governments. But there's no question it's a time of real change, and very hard to see where that goes. You know, will it be? There have been many things written about how it's going to be a more inflationary time. That's possible. It's not guaranteed. You know, AI could cut in the very other direction. AI could make people much more productive and push in the other direction. I don't know though. So both housing services and non-housing services have really been grinding down toward levels that are consistent with 2% inflation. So that's the good news. We've had goods inflation just moving up a bit, and of course we expect, as you point out, we do expect to see more of that over the course of the summer. It takes some time for tariffs to work their way through the chain of distribution to the end consumer. A good example of that would be goods being sold at retailers today may have been imported several months ago before tariffs were imposed. So we're beginning to see some effects, and we do expect to see more of them over coming months. We do also see price increases in some of the relevant categories like personal computers and audiovisual equipment and things like that are attributable to tariff increases. In addition, we look at surveys of businesses, and there are many of those, and you do see a range of things, but many companies do expect to put all or some or all of the effective tariffs through to the next person in the chain, and ultimately to the consumer. Today, you know, the amount of the tariff effects, the size of the tariff effects, their duration and the time it will take are all highly uncertain. So that is why we think the appropriate thing to do is to hold where we are as we learn more. And we think our policy stance is in a good place where we're well positioned to react to incoming developments.
So in terms of how we should interpret the rate cuts penciled into the SEP, is this reflecting that there's this expectation that underlying inflation will just stay well enough contained that allows the committee to eventually move ahead with those cuts? Or is it about, you know, responding to a deterioration in economic activity, let's say? I mean, how should we make sense of the forecast?
So if you look at the forecast, you will see that people do generally expect inflation to move up and then to come back down. But we can't just assume that. Of course, we don't know that. And, you know, our job is to make sure, one of our jobs is to make sure that a one-time increase in inflation doesn't turn into an inflation problem. And that, again, that will depend on the size of the effects, how long it takes for them to come in, and ultimately on keeping inflation expectations anchored.
Hi, and thanks, Chair. Howard Schneider with Reuters. If you look at the rate path starting in December to today and adjusted over the full time horizon you've got there, you've taken about a quarter point per year out of your projected path, and you ended a higher rate at 2027 than you would have in the prior forecast. Is that a result of a sense that tariffs will lead to more persistent inflation? Is it a result of reassessments of where your short-term neutral rate is? Why are you on a slower path now?
So I would focus most on the nearer term as you get out to the later years. It's hard for anybody to know where the economy is going. You didn't see people moving their longer term, estimate of the neutral rate, for example, at this meeting. So and those things are probably slow moving. So I think if you look at what's happening here since March, this is since March, right? You see a little slower growth, just a tiny tick up, a 1/10 tick up in unemployment, and you see inflation moving up 0.3. And by the way, it was a similar move from the December SEP to the March. So that's what you see. You see the effects of tariffs. I think we learned in April, after the March meeting, that substantially higher tariffs were likely. And then since then, the estimates of where the tariffs will be have actually moved back down, although still at an elevated level. So we're adapting in real time. And what you see is an accumulation of individual assessments.
You say in the statement that risks have diminished on that front. But the July 9th, drop dead date for all the Liberation Day tariffs is still out there and unresolved. You've got now exchange of missiles between two Middle East adversaries with a possible U.S. involvement. How can you justify saying that risks have diminished?
So what we said was that uncertainty uncertainty about the economic outlook has diminished but remains elevated. Many surveys say that they do. So and that's actually a line from the Teal book, which you can see in 5 years. Remember to check that. No, but if you think about it, tariff uncertainty really peaked in April, and since then has come down. That's really what that's just acknowledging. It's diminished, but still elevated. That it's uncertainty. So I think that's an accurate statement.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. There is an argument out there in favor of cutting rates more immediately. Inflation has continued to cool and is back at roughly 2% despite the tariffs. And I guess I also wanted to ask about, cracks in the job market with gross hiring slowing, concentrated in just a few industries. We've seen some housing data, including this morning, that have been pretty weak. Do you see any concerns that the economy is weakening and that is a reason to cut rates going forward?
So we do of course monitor all those things. I think if you look at the overall picture, what you're seeing is 4.2% unemployment and an economy that's growing at a rate hard to know given the unusual flows in the first quarter, but it appears to be 1.5%, 2%, maybe a little better than that. Sentiment has come up off of its very low levels. It's still depressed. So you can point to things. The housing market is a longer run problem and also a short run problem. I don't think it's indicative of basically the situation is we have a longer run shortage of housing, and we also have high rates right now. I think the best thing we can do for the housing market is to restore price stability in a sustainable way and create a strong labor market. And that's the best thing we can do for the housing market. You asked about the job market. Again, look at labor force participation, look at wages, look at job creation. They're all at healthy levels now. I would say you can see perhaps a very, very slow continued cooling, but nothing that's troubling at this time. But we watch it very, very carefully. So overall, again, the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to economic developments, and for now, and we'll be watching the data carefully.
Well, just quickly on, given that there are concerns that inflation will rise, but there is the alternate scenario that tariffs would create demand destruction and slow growth sufficiently, and that would perhaps keep a bit of a lid on inflation. Do you see odds of that scenario? What kind of odds do you see of that scenario coming true, and how many months of cool inflation would you need to see before concluding that maybe that lower inflation scenario is taking place?
So this is very much the conversation we had today and yesterday. There are many, many different scenarios, many combinations of scenarios where inflation does or doesn't prove out to be at the levels we think, and where the labor market does or doesn't soften. And I think what you see people doing is looking ahead at a time of very high uncertainty and writing down what they think the most likely case is. No one holds these rate paths with a great deal of conviction, and everyone would agree that they're all going to be data dependent, and that you can make a case for any of the rate paths, I think, that you see in the SEP. And, we do this once a quarter. It's a hard thing to do particularly at this time, but it does reflect, if you see somebody writing down, a rate path that involves cuts, that's them saying, yes, I think we will get to a place more likely than not where cuts will be appropriate. And it could be a joint probability of a number of possible outcomes. Again, remember how much uncertainty we face, though.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I wonder if you could describe for us some of those scenarios. How do you get to a place? I'm noticing that the uncertainty levels in your forecast are very high. How do you get to a place where you have the confidence in the outlook for, say, inflation and or growth or the unemployment rate? How many months does it take, and what do you want to see in the data to get to that level of confidence to actually reduce rates off the restricted level?
So it's very, very hard to say when that will happen. We know that the time will come. It could come quickly. It could not come quickly. As long as the economy is solid, though, as long as we're seeing the kind of labor market that we have and reasonably decent growth and inflation moving down, we feel like the right thing to do is to be where we are, where our policy stance is, and just learn more. And in particular, we feel like we're going to learn a great deal more over the summer on tariffs. We hadn't expected them to show up much by now, and they haven't. And we will see to the extent to which they do over coming months. And I think that's going to inform our thinking, for one thing. In addition, we'll see how the labor market progresses. So at some point, it will become clear. I can't tell you exactly when that will be. And meanwhile, we'll be watching the labor market very carefully for signs of weakness and strength, and tariffs for signs of what's going to happen there. And of course, there are many developments ahead. Even in the near term, developments are expected on tariffs. So I think we don't yet know with any confidence where they will settle out. We have an estimate, and I think all estimates are now pretty close together, but it's highly uncertain.
When you say estimate of the impact of tariffs on the core PCE, is that what it is? Begin with that?
Yeah, what you start with is what's the effective tariff rate overall, and people are managing to that. But the pass-through of tariffs to consumer price inflation is a whole process that's very uncertain. As you know, there are many parties in that chain. There's the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, and the consumer. And each one of those is going to be trying not to be the one to pay for the tariff, but together they will all pay for it together, or maybe one party will pay it all. But that process is very hard to predict, and we haven't been through a situation like this. And I think we have to be humble about our ability to forecast it. So that's why we need to see some actual data to make better decisions. We'd like to get some more data, and again, in the meantime, we can do that because the economy remains in solid condition.
Nick Tamaros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, I guess I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more the divergence we see in the dot plot, particularly around the 2025 rate projections. I realize this is, you have one group of officials that are putting down no cuts, another that are putting down more than one. And again, recognizing that could be difficult to summarize, but is it a matter of people having a different outlook, or a different reaction function, a different commitment to defending against another inflation mistake? How did that play out over the last 2 days?
So you're right. This is often the case. We have a pretty healthy diversity of views on the committee. We did have strong support for today's decision and broad agreement that our policy stance does leave us in a good place. But I would point to two factors, and you mentioned them. The first is just that parties have a diversity of forecasts. And they do align with where their dots are. So if you have a higher inflation forecast, you're going to be less likely to be writing down, more cuts. But remember, as we see more data, we're going to learn more about where inflation is headed, and that means when it is time to look at resuming our normalization process, the differences you see should be smaller because we'll have seen actual data. Right now, it's just a forecast in a very foggy time. So that's the first part, is forecast. Secondly, people can look at the same data and they can evaluate the risks differently, as you know. And that includes, the risk of higher inflation, the risk that it'll be more persistent, the risk that the labor market will weaken. People are going to have different assessments of that risk. So that you put that in there too. So those are the two ways that the two things I think that drive these things. Remember though, as I mentioned earlier, with uncertainty as elevated as it is, no one holds these rate paths with a lot of conviction. So that's really where it is. It's a function of those things. And I think as the data come in, you should see those differences diminish.
If I could follow up, you've said the policy is in a good place and that it's modestly restrictive. Given all the uncertainty you just talked about, tariff levels, uncertainty around the pass-through, is it price increases versus margin compression, some of the softness that Chris talked about in labor and housing, why wouldn't it be better to have rates at a more neutral setting as the economy heads into this period of very high uncertainty?
So if you just look backward at the data, that's what you would say, but that's not. We have to be forward-looking, and the thing that every forecaster, every outside forecaster, and the Fed is saying is that we expect a meaningful amount of inflation to arrive in coming months, and we have to take that into account. So I think a backward-looking look would lead you to a neutral stance, but we can't. We have to look at that, and because the economy is still solid, we can take the time to actually see what's going to happen. there's a range of possibilities on how large the inflation effects and the other effects are going to be. So we'll make smarter and better decisions if we just wait a couple of months or however long it takes to get a sense of really what is going to be the pass-through of inflation and what's going to be the effects on spending and on hiring and all those things.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. Your friend down at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue continues to lob insults in your direction. And I'm wondering, given now that the Supreme Court has maybe carved out the Fed from some of the legal implications of that, whether this is just noise that the markets and everybody should ignore until your term is up, or whether you worry that it could lead to more pressure on confidence on Wall Street, on consumers about the outlook for the economy.
Okay. From my standpoint, it's not complicated. What everyone on the FOMC wants is a good, solid American economy with strong labor market and price stability. That's what we want. We think our policy is well positioned right now to deliver that and to be able to respond in a timely way as the data lead us around. The economy's been resilient, and part of that is our stance. And again, we think we're in a good place on that to respond to significant economic developments. That's what matters. That is what matters to us. Pretty much that's all that matters to us.
I need to ask, assuming you are not reappointed, would you stay on as governor when your term as chair ends?
I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about this.
Andrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I guess with workplace rates increasing, picking up significantly, what kind of effect would that have on the labor market?
Sorry, with what picking up?
Workplace rates.
So you're asking immigration?
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't want to speculate. One way to get at that from an economic standpoint, we of course don't comment on immigration policy. It's not ours to make or comment on. But what you see is an unemployment rate that has been really solid and at a low level, not really increasing. It's been in a good range and well within the range of mainstream estimates of maximum employment. And that means like part of that is that labor demand and labor supply are kind of moving down at the same rate. Labor demand is softening. You see that in job creation, but it's still kind of at a healthy level. And labor supply is diminishing because the immigration numbers that we see are much lower than they were. So those two factors, supply and demand, that's what has kept the unemployment rate in a reasonably stable place.
Okay, thanks. The other thing I wanted to follow up on is if you could elaborate on the potential changes to the SEP that you suggested were part of the framework review, I think.
So the framework review really has two tracks, right? The first track is our policy framework that is reflected in the consensus statement. And we've said that we would finish that and announce it by the end of the summer. So we're well along in that process. We've had the meetings that we need to have, and we're now going to be going into discussions about, specific changes to language. So that's the framework part of it. The second part of it is our communications tools and practices. Pardon me. And that part comes next. Okay, that's what we're going to do in the meetings this fall. Actually, what we did at this meeting, though, is we sort of prepared the ground for that. We had a meeting where we talked at a high level about a number of ideas. The SEP is part of it. Many other ideas. It's sort of how do we think our communications can be improved? There are a number of ideas. People offered a really, it was a great conversation. Number of ideas, but we're going to look at those with staff briefing and a lot of thought in the fall. And I would say when it comes to changing communications, I would only support things really only implement things that have very broad support. And also you want to be really careful because I think our communications are pretty well received. They're not broken. So more is not necessarily better, but better is better. So we're going to be looking at ways to do things that will improve the clarity of what we do for the benefit of the public.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. You're famously known as the guy that makes decision based on data instead of speculation. You said today the inflation data is in a good place. We don't know how tariffs are going to impact prices going forward. That's uncertain. But I've got to go back to the last time that you cut rates in December, and there was still the what if of tariffs. So what made you feel comfortable cutting then when inflation was higher than where it is today and you didn't cut today?
Well, the forecast for inflation in December was 2.5%. Core PCE for 2025, the forecast was 2.5%, which is a good inflation forecast. I think what we've learned is that, and this was long before we had any idea of what the actual policies would be, we've learned that tariffs are going to be substantially larger than forecasters generally thought. And, we don't, our forecasts are generally not particularly different from those of other, well-resourced forecasting operations. So what we learned, and particularly in April, was that very substantially larger tariffs were coming and that would mean higher inflation. That's what happened. And so now you saw 2.5% forecast in December, you saw 2.8% in March, and you see 3.1% now. So it's 0.6 higher inflation for 2025. And that's a big part of the change. And that's due to the effects of the tariffs that are, we don't know where they're going to land, but it's pretty apparent they're going to land higher than outside forecasters were really guessing at the end of last year.
My follow-up to that, I think consumers, right, we're looking for relief on rates when it comes to mortgages, car loans. Small businesses want to take out more manageable loans. When you look at the cumulative inflation over the past 5 years, prices have risen over 20%. It's been a rough road. So what is the tipping point then for the wait and see approach in terms of how much it's going to help versus when it hurts the American consumer?
Well, we're trying to restore price. The best thing we can do for the public that we serve is restore price stability. If we can, and we will, restore price stability, meaning 2% inflation on a durable, sustainable basis. That, and also maximum employment. If we restore those things, that's the best thing, and that is our goal. The best thing we can do for the American people, for households and businesses, that is the ultimate thing that we can deliver. And they can make their decisions without having to think about inflation all the time. So in the meantime, we have to keep rates high to get inflation all the way down. They're not very high. Let's be honest. I would say policy is modestly or moderately, probably modestly now restrictive. If you look at the economy, it's not performing as though it were performing under very strict monetary policy, very restrictive monetary policy. So I would say probably modestly restrictive. And so what it will take is confidence that inflation is coming down. Now, I would say without tariffs, that confidence would be building, because if you see what's happening with non-housing services and housing services, which are the other two big pieces other than goods, those are coming down really nicely now. So I think we have to learn a little more about tariffs. I don't know what the right way for us to react will be. I think it's hard to know with any confidence how we should react until we see really the size of the effects, and then we can start to make a better judgment. So that's what we're doing, and I think we can take the time to do that because unemployment is 4.2%. Wages are moving up. Real wages are moving up at a healthy clip now. And inflation is 2.3% headline inflation over a 12-month basis. So it's a good economy and a solid economy with decent growth.
Thank you, Chair Powell. So you're saying that uncertainty has come down, the economy is moving at a solid pace, inflation has come down over the past 3 months, and this is all moving in the right direction. So are you indicating here that Americans should expect some sort of economic pain in the second half of the year?
I'm not saying that at all. From our standpoint, what I can say is that the U.S. economy is in solid shape. Inflation has come down. The unemployment rate remains at 4.2%. As I mentioned, real wages are moving up. It's a good job creation is at a healthy level. Unemployment, again, as I said, low. Labor force participation in a good place. So, and what we're waiting for to reduce rates is to understand what will happen with really the tariff inflation. And there's a lot of uncertainty about that. Every forecaster you can name who is a professional, forecaster with adequate resources and forecasts for a living is forecasting pretty significant. Everyone that I know is forecasting a meaningful increase in inflation in coming months from tariffs because someone has to pay for the tariffs. And it will be someone in that chain that I mentioned between the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, ultimately somebody putting it into a good of some kind or just the consumer buying it, and all through that chain, people will be trying not to be the ones who pick up the cost, but ultimately the cost of the tariff has to be paid. And some of it will fall on the end consumer. We know that because that's what businesses say. That's what the data say from past EPNET. So we know that's coming. And we just want to see a little bit of that before we make judgments prematurely.
And follow up on that. So you spent years there talking about how you're data dependent, and be a little more direct on this. Now you're making decisions looking forward. Doesn't the data you're seeing today indicate there should be a rate cut?
No, I mean, your monetary policy has to be forward-looking. That is elementary. You've got to be looking at, I always talk about the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We say that over and over and over again, right? So it's always forward-looking. At the very beginning of the pandemic, we cut rates to zero immediately. Nothing had happened. We just knew that it was going to be really bad, right? So we took very aggressive forward-looking because we knew things were going to be unusually difficult. So, of course, this is something we sort of know is coming. We just don't know the size of it. And again, the economy seems to be in solid shape. So the labor market's not crying out for a rate cut. Businesses, were in a bit of shock after April 2, but you see business sentiment, you talk to business people now, there's a very different feeling now that people are working their way through this and they understand how they're going to go. And it feels much more positive and constructive than it did 3 months ago, let's say. So again, we think that our current stance of monetary policy is in a good place.
Thank you. Amanda Mokway with Bloomberg. Chair Powell, in February, you told Congress that the Fed is, quote, overworked, maybe not overstaffed. Then in a memo to staff in May announcing a deferred resignation program at the Fed, you said you wanted to ensure that the Fed was, quote, right-sized. Those two statements appear to be at odds with one another. Could you explain what changed in the roughly 3 months between those statements that made you decide that staff levels at the Fed should decline?
I don't see them at all as intention. So I was asked, is the Fed overstaffed? And I said, no, and I sort of said as a pun, overworked, but not overstaffed. People do work extremely hard at the Fed, and I know they work hard at Bloomberg too. So, but we work hard. But I would say this. So we are careful stewards of public resources, and sometimes you need to show that. So there have been several times in our history, modern history, where the Fed has said, you know what, we're going to do a buyout. We're going to show the public, we're going to demonstrate that we are good stewards of public resources. So we thought, and I thought that this is a time when we can, we grow at about, our headcount has grown at about 1% a year. So over the course of a couple of years, we're doing a careful scrub of the board and all the reserve banks, and we're going to find 10% of employees who can do something else, where we can streamline our operations, and we think we can get there in a couple of years. We think we can do that, and we think this is without taking risk to carrying out our critical missions. So this is something you do very carefully, thoughtfully, and you do it again respecting that we have critical missions to carry out. I've had a lot of experience in my prior careers, with headcount reductions and things like that. And this is how you do it professionally. You do it carefully, thoughtfully, with a lot of planning, and you do it over a period of time. I think the Fed will be fine. I think no one will notice any decline in our ability to carry out our missions. And I think it's just us wanting to demonstrate to the public that we are actually good stewards of their resources. We're effectively wiping out 10 years of headcount growth with this. So, I mean, we wanted to show that, that we're good stewards.
How is progress on reducing headcount going so far? Are you on track to meet the goal?
We're just at the very beginning. As you know, we're doing a buyout program. We're gonna hit that goal. I think many organizations find that they can do this. You don't want to do it every year or anything, but you can do it at intervals, and you wind up not interfering with your ability to perform your jobs.
Chair Powell, Claire Jones from the Financial Times. As you're no doubt aware, the Senate Finance Committee has tabled its version of the reconciliation bill this week, and I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the tenor of the debate at the FOMC over the past few days on fiscal policy and the degree to which that influenced people's projections for 2026 and beyond. Thank you.
Yeah, so, we don't sit around and debate or really discuss. We take fiscal policy as fully exogenous. And so we actually, really didn't talk about the bill or the contents of it. It's still evolving. When it gets closer, remember also we have a very, very large economy and that the effects will be at the margin. I expect that they may already be in, but they will be in by the next meeting. We'll make an estimate, but it's not a major thing. It's nothing that we discuss. It may have been mentioned a couple of times, but as something that's coming in. But I think the outcome is, we don't know the outcome yet there, so hard to be real specific.
Neil. Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. There have been some cutbacks in economic statistics collection in the last few weeks, and worries that long-running problems around funding and response rates may be getting worse. How much is this concern on your radar? How much confidence do you have that the gauges you're watching to assess the economy are reliable right now?
Two things. One, the data we get right now, we can do our jobs. I'm not concerned that we can't do our jobs. That's not the point. The point really is that we are starting to see, layoffs and important gatherers of data are saying that they're having to cut back on the size of their surveys. That's going to lead to more volatility in the surveys. I think we should take a step back and, from our standpoint, and I think the standpoint of businesses and governments and everyone, having really good data on the state of the economy at any given time is a huge public good. It helps, just doesn't help the Fed, it helps the government, it helps Congress, it helps the executive branch. More importantly, really, it helps businesses. They need to know what's going on in the economy. The United States has been a leader for many, many years in this whole project of measuring and understanding what's happening in our very large and dynamic economy. And I hate to see us cutting back on that because it is a real benefit to the general public that people in all kinds of jobs have the best possible understanding of what's happening in the economy and hence what's likely to happen. It's very hard to measure what's going on in the U.S. economy. If you read, there's a book called, it's really remarkable how many things you need to understand to estimate U.S. GDP. Very, very difficult. And it's so important that we get it right. I just would say it's not a place to I would want to keep investing in that, for the good of the general public.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. So you're conducting this monetary policy strategy framework review, but next year we're supposed to have a new Fed chair, and I'm wondering if that affects at all the way that you're approaching this. How do you ensure that this framework will actually be durable?
The framework document goes back to 2012, and it's the committee's document. It's not like we're going to invent a brand new way to do things. It's been an evolving document, so it shouldn't depend on who the chair is at all. It should depend on what's happening in the economy and what the committee wants to do. So, yeah, it isn't really tied to any particular chair. And we used to renew it every year. Now we do it every 5 years. So, but I don't think I've never heard anyone raise this issue that a new chair might want to come in and go in a completely different direction. I really don't think that's right. But but that's not going to be up to me to decide.
Is that affecting at all who you're consulting with?
Not at all. Not in any way.
Thank you. Chair Powell, Matt Egan from CNN. Relatively low gas prices this year have helped drive down inflation in recent reports, but that trend is starting to reverse given the crisis in the Middle East. How are you thinking about how the Israel-Iran conflict will impact the economy, especially inflation? And what lessons were learned during the 2022 period when another conflict, the Russia-Ukraine war, sent oil and gas prices skyrocketing?
So, of course, we're watching like everybody else is, what's going on. I really don't have any comment on that. Possible that we'll see higher energy prices. What's tended to happen is when there's turmoil in the Middle East, you may see a spike in energy prices, but tends to come down. Those things don't generally tend to have lasting effects on inflation, although, of course, in the 1970s, they famously did, because you had a series of very, very large shocks. But we haven't seen anything like that now. The U.S. economy is far less dependent on foreign oil than it was back in the 1970s. So, but there.
A quick follow-up. I've just got to ask you about artificial intelligence. Some technology executives have recently been warning that AI could wipe out a large chunk of entry-level jobs and significantly increase the unemployment rate. I'm wondering how concerned you are, if at all, about the threat that AI poses to employment.
So this is the question. The question really is, will AI be more augmenting labor or replacing labor? And I wouldn't, we all see those announcements, including one today. I wouldn't, overread a couple of data points, because, AI should be creating jobs at the same time. It may be replacing, maybe doing both. Anyone who's done any work with AI will have been a little bit stunned at how capable it is. And it's just a different thing. So I think this is something that certainly has transformational potential. And probably we're in the very early stages of it. They say what you're seeing now compared to what you'll see in 2 years is going to be very different and even more effective. So I think it's really hard to know. Of course, there are optimists who feel like it's going to make everybody much more productive. And there are those who think it's going to replace an awful lot of jobs right across the income spectrum, white collar, blue collar, and everything. So I just don't know. We don't have a house view on that, but this is going to be a very important question for some time.
Thank you. Greg Rock from MarketWatch. I was wondering if you could step back a little bit, Chair Powell. There's a spate of articles and a lot of op-eds now in the newspapers saying that the U.S. economy and the global economy is going through this profound change, akin to the end of the Bretton Woods era in the 1970s. And don't you owe the American people some sort of explanation for what we're going through? I mean, I noticed earlier this month when you talked about Bretton Woods a little bit, and you said that Bretton Woods, the Fed staff had to change how the dollar movement, so the dollar was impacting the economy. Are we going through something like that now? That, are you having to change how you do monetary policy? Is it that fundamental a change underway? Thanks.
It's certainly a time of real change. From a geopolitical standpoint, from a trade standpoint, from an immigration standpoint, you see this not just here, but everywhere. So there's quite a lot going on. It doesn't change the way we do monetary policy in the near term. But and it doesn't change our objectives or what we need to do. And, these things are not really our issues. They're really issues for elected governments. All of those issues are really for elected governments. But there's no question it's a time of real change, and very hard to see where that goes. Will it be? There have been many, many things written about how it's going to be a more inflationary time. That's possible. It's not guaranteed. AI could cut in the very other direction. AI could make people much more productive and push in the other direction. I don't know, though. So both housing services and non-housing services have really been grinding down toward levels that are consistent with 2% inflation. So that's the good news. We've had goods inflation just moving up a bit. And of course, we expect, as you point out, we do expect to see more of that over the course of the summer. It takes some time for tariffs to work their way through the chain of distribution to the end consumer. A good example of that would be goods being sold at retailers today may have been imported several months ago before tariffs were imposed. So we're beginning to see some effects, and we do expect to see more of them over coming months. We do also see price increases in some of the relevant categories like personal computers and audiovisual equipment, things like that are attributable to tariff increases. In addition, we look at surveys of businesses, and there are many of those, and you do see a range of things, but many companies do expect to put all or some or all of the effective tariffs through to the next person in the chain, and ultimately to the consumer. Today, the amount of the tariff effects, the size of the tariff effects, their duration and the time it will take are all highly uncertain. So that is why we think the appropriate thing to do is to hold where we are as we learn more. And we think our policy stance is in a good place where we're well positioned to react to incoming developments.
So in terms of how we should interpret the rate cuts penciled into the SEP, is this reflecting that there's this expectation that underlying inflation will just stay well enough contained that allows the committee to eventually